We are now live. So,
Oh my god, we're live. Oh my
please don't do
god.
that. Please, for the love of God, just no. Not. We're barely even gotten this started, and you're already doing that.
Uh,
Okay, so last we left off, the party had made their way through the troglodyte lair. Also, took a week break because there was several people who could not attend, so we decided to just take a week off. And instead, I ran some vampire for some friends. Um, the party made their way through the troglodyte lair. They fought their way through, cut a bloody swath through the tribe, and eventually challenged the tribal leader, the chieftain, to one-on-one combat, which Karya barely survived, through the cutting through the champion of the troglodyte tribe only after it gave him a couple chances. Motivations behind that? Who knows? But defeat him he did. He got a pretty cool looking stone glaive out of it. After which they then confronted the spiritual leaders of the tribe, the priest and the high priest, or the high priest and the priest. There was some back and forth. Obviously, it seemed like the priests were not amenable to Karya being the new chieftain, as he so proclaimed himself to be. In fact, the high priest made it well known that he intended to be out of here come very soon, and did not acknowledge Karya as the tribal leader. They found the prisoners just beyond that, got to work on releasing them, and then quickly made their way through down a tunnel going downward, where, according to the tribe people, to the troglodyte people, something nasty lay lurking exactly where Chi and Holo Holo fell through a hole down a waterfall into a further subterranean chamber. And as they are right now, they've come into this dark, dripping, dank room where there's fetid water coming up to their ankles. And it's eerily silent. Is that sufficient as a recap?
I believe
Yes.
so.
Excellent. In that case, I ask you all, how do you continue?
I think if I recall last session, Chico had called out to the rest of us.
I did.
Yeah, so we were aware not to come any closer because we were told not to. So I don't intend to do that. I'll kind of look back to everyone else and go, so I assume that we're not stepping forward then.
For safety's sake, probably not.
But we must.
What's it
After
called?
all, we cannot progress without moving forward.
Why do they do their thing? I looked at Hollow Hollow. Lights, please.
Oh, the lights are already on. He's already sustaining the light.
Oh,
That's the reason you can see
I
that
guess, yeah.
bridge between them.
Well, no, that's Kari's dark vision, isn't it?
Not entirely.
Yeah, no, my
Oh,
dark
okay.
vision
Okay.
only my dark vision only goes out to
60 feet.
yeah. So it would see you guys. Well, actually, it would just see Hollow Hollow. It wouldn't see you, Chico. But that wouldn't necessarily matter either way. My dark vision
Alright.
mainly is because it's out. I guess I could see
That's
out.
true, you didn't
like,
move
here.
forward a square because I accommodate for 4 flick being added.
Let me put on Xenoblade OST for this.
Let me put on battle music.
No, whenever session goes on, I generally put on an OST of a JRPG. Mostly Xenoblade, but you know.
That's fair.
One second.
No, it's all good. I'm just checking. I'm just doing stuff.
I wonder where he could be.
Oh, there it is.
What the fuck?
Alex ready in action.
Holy hell.
I'm alert to ready in
The
action.
creature,
Hold on.
rather than
Uh,
Oh,
This-
Siren,
no.
like, jerks awake and she goes, I'm terribly sorry. I was sleepwalking this entire time.
Four
What's
eyes
going on?
forward.
Oh, good heavens! And she looks up at the thing.
oh, good heavens! As you look forward, I'm gonna, and just for the just so she can have a better look at this. Yes, that's the creature.
I'm still angry and happy that the image that you originally sent me in play. It's so much funnier and creepier.
The massive mutated troglodyte steps forward, its toes dragging through the soft dirt that has collected on that raised area. Its hands are huge. It has eyes and mouths and small arms growing out of irregular places across its body. Its mouth is massive and crocodilian. Every exhalation of this creature hisses like a crocodile waiting, ready to kill. Its teeth and its jaw drip with a fluid that sizzles when it hits the rock beneath it. Its claws are darkened at the tips. The small arms sprouting off its back, and arms and legs and chest writhes and grasp at everything within reach. Its milky white eyes, seemingly almost blind in comparison to the creatures you saw before, no pupils, just void. As it draws itself up to its full height, dwarfing all of you, and then points in your direction, specifically at Karia, and roars so loud it shakes the walls.
Okay.
Jesus.
Would we see the golden chain on its leg?
Could I get a perception from you?
Absolutely.
Well, would it, because isn't that thing on an upper platform?
Yeah, the platform here is about 5-ish feet up.
Oh, okay. It was maybe because the
Yeah, the perspective.
stalagmites.
Yeah,
I'll
yes.
first start off with having Vair attempt to assist me. Actually, no. I'll do that after I roll. Shoop. That's a 24. Let's see if Vair's assistance can help. Just have to beat a 10, I believe.
Yep.
6. Okay, boom. So 26.
Yep. No, you're able to see that there is a fine golden chain running from somewhere at the back of one of its ankles into the dirt here. It is a pretty decent length. How long exactly, you're not sure.
I'll kind of look over to the others and at least who are here and make note of the chain. I guess I'll turn towards the more magically inclined, first Siren and then Vark, and go, clearly that chain there, right there. Do you see it? It's got to be holding it, but I don't think something that flimsy, aside from something magical, could be holding it. Any idea? Arcane origin, divine?
Could I attempt to identify if it comes from something divine?
You give me a spellcraft.
Mhm. Ah,
Yikes.
great. First roll.
You can't tell from this distance. It shines golden, but that is to you is no indicator whether it is arcane or divine.
I did also pose the question to Vark. I just wasn't sure if he heard me.
Oh no, now Vark is sleepwalking.
God damn it! Now Vark is sleepwalking.
Terribly sorry, I was distracted with something. What happened?
They've spotted a little golden chain running from the ankle of this creature into the ground. Karya posed the question whether or not you could tell if it's arcane or divine.
Oh, okay. Let me check. I do have spellcraft actually. Knowledge Arcana or spellcraft? What are you saying?
Spellcraft.
Spellcraft. I cannot inspiration this.
Still better than what I got.
It's not your field of expertise, though you personally do have a little bit of experience with magic that involves binding things. But though that's more on a personal level than it is. You're fairly certain this is a divine binding.
It seems divine in nature, so I need a closer look to be sure.
Well, I don't believe that we should get a closer look. Well,
Does this have any sort of symbol on it?
Creature?
The binding. Or maybe the creature, I don't know if it has like,
binding-
a brand on it or anything.
You can't tell from this angle. It's a very small, very fine golden chain. As for
Yeah.
the circle itself, you can't read it or even make it out at this angle and this distance.
Okay.
at this point, I guess I'll shout out to Chaiko and Hollow Hollow. Have you communicated with this thing?
What's it called? Looks at
Yes, and it wants to eat. Yes, and it wants to eat us all.
I don't speak. Has it been speaking English at all? Or sorry, Common. Has it been speaking Common? Because I know it was speaking Draconic between Hollow. Hollow was speaking Draconic towards the thing and what's it? Has it been speaking Common?
No.
It has not. I see.
Yeah.
I don't know if it speaks Common, but Hollow's been able to talk with it.
He's very hungry.
May be able to use that to our advantage. I guess in Draconic then, I'll turn to this thing. Oh, it's looking at it.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, let's run. Everybody run.
Kari, any ideas?
Mm.
No. Not
Well-
that's on you guys.
Before it steps, I'll in Draconic kind of think of something as it approaches.
I use my ready action.
Oh.
I know. Oh,
As-
no.
She does her ready action
I hit
of
Karya with shield other.
as she shouts in her prepared action of screaming a rough, very rough approximation of what Karya has been shouting this entire, and that being Vata Ka.
Can I roll intimidation?
You can roll intimidation, sure.
If I'm gonna do it, might as well full send it.
This is how Chaiko died.
Here's the thing. Intimidation.
I know I don't speak the language.
You don't speak the language. You're a full-size category smaller than it. You were cowering in a corner. And it has zero reason to fear you. And when you scream at it to kneel, or in this case, kneel,
No.
In its native or supposedly native tongue. It stops for a moment, glances over its shoulder at you, and you swear
I'm still-faced.
it smiles at you.
I full send. I'm gonna full send it.
I don't think that worked.
I think that worked. Well, there goes my plan of convincing this thing not to eat you and then giving it the dead bodies of all the troglodytes as offerings.
Zark is going
Listen.
to reach into his back and pull out a little bottle.
Oh,
Nothing else for now.
Oh, good. So what is this thing doing?
I'm just gonna bolt her back to
If
my
you
corner.
if you allow me to finish what it was doing before this.
Yes, of course.
Right. It brings back its head. You hear what you think at first to be some sort of guttural laughter, but it sounds too wet, burbly. And then its head comes forward, and its mouth opens a full almost 90 degrees, as then a thick brown slime ejects forth from its mouth and slaps all over you and just drenches you all. I would like a what would it be again? Didn't mean to do that.
Would it be a deck save to avoid?
Ratioed.
Yeah, you need to make me a fortitude save, actually. All of you.
Yeah.
Oh wait, where did it spray? Did it spray us or did it spray Chico?
All of you. Like this group here.
Oh,
Man,
okay.
man.
Oh, okay.
Fingers crossed that mine passes.
Looking for saves on Vair.
Oh!
Mallory rolled well.
Mm.
And let's go ahead and.
So unfortunately, it seems like Flick is the only one that rolled low.
Okay, we tied up.
Excellent.
Ah,
So this a fire hose of pungent, thick, nauseating slime. We call it rushes out and drenches you all. Most of you have to bite your teeth, grit your teeth, and hold down your bile because of just how rancid this all smells. Those of you who rolled higher than a 17 succeeded. Flick.
Yes.
You, for an amount of time that I will not disclose, have become nauseated.
hold it together, Flick. Please don't throw up.
To go over what the nauseated condition does, creatures with the nauseated condition experience stomach distress. Nauseated creatures are unable to attack, cast spells, concentrate on spells, or do anything else requiring requiring attention. The only action such a character can take is a single move action per turn.
Fuck.
This complicates things.
This is a worsened version of the sickened condition.
Yes.
And then the creature again throws back its head, and there's that same burbling noise as it continues to pace around.
While it's did it seem like that's as far as it could go? I assume that it can't reach us directly because they have to come down here. But looking at the chain, like
It
how
hadn't
much more
It hadn't fully it hadn't gone fully taut yet.
So probably By my estimation, it probably could get to here, which I don't think that that's really far enough away for us. I think it can still hit us. I guess at that point, I will I'll reach out in Draconic and try and speak to this thing. I'll kind of step forward and go, "Are you the monster that they claim you are?"
It stops as it was in the middle of snapping off a stalagmite and slowly pacing towards the group over here. Turns around, stalagmite in hand, dragging it through the fetid water. As again, whenever the golden chain would seemingly wrap around one of the stalagmites, it just kind of passes through. Like it's
So
not
this
really
is more-
there.
This is more of an actual binding.
Worse.
Hmm.
The thing is, it doesn't say that regretfully or in any pain. It
says it proudly.
smiles when it says that.
Siren, out of fear, is going to toot and cast Obscuring Mist
Okay?
on this group.
Where is it?
It's good. Yes.
Oh, as a question, actually, Obscuring Mist, it obscures vision. Not in this case, not only for this creature, but would it for us as well?
Any vision that is coming into, out of, or through the cloud is obscured.
I see. That's how that works.
Yeah, it's just a wall you cannot, a wall of vapor that you can't see through. That's a
Don't know if this
20
would
foot
actually be a good
radius.
idea then.
Oh, good.
You still want to go through with that?
Radius. I think I will, because if anyone wants to attack it from range, they can move out of the mist, and if anyone wants to protect themselves against possible attacks from it, they can move into the mist. I understand, but this thing is I have a feeling it hits pretty damn hard.
Yeah, I got
So-
free ball. I ain't fighting no more today. I've had
Yeah.
enough of fighting. All right. Listen.
Well, how? Counter argument. There's 3 people stuck over there.
Well, counter argument. 2 of those people ended up down here from stupidity. Goodbye. No, I'm kidding. We're gonna. I guess
Karya,
while this
Karya's
is
new epithet will be Karya the Heartless.
Karya the
my
Heartless.
God.
Oh no.
20 foot radius, so. mm, figuring that.
While Flick is trying his best not to puke his guts out completely.
Yeah.
That's about right.
Hide your shame.
As everything in that
Unfortunately,
everything in
I
that circle
play the-
becomes obscured.
Yes.
Mm.
Also,
Flick?
for this, may I play the Divine Wind soundbite?
I will do it for the sake, because I will be able to lower the volume on my end and make sure it doesn't come through too loud. Last thing we need is an extremely loud fart bite.
Yes.
Wonderful.
God damn. While the. Oh, okay.
Diagnosis. How are you feeling?
To who, Flick, or to
Yeah, yes.
Flick, while kind of while making sounds as he's heaving, kind of
Retching.
could be better.
Alright. Hold this. Varg passes a bottle towards Flick. Don't shake it. And he reaches for his back, pulls out another bottle. Hands it to Flick. drink this.
Flick holding back something from inside of him is going to give Orv a hesitant thumbs up, pop it, and he'll drink.
Okay.
Drink the entirety of it. It will taste horrible. Better than vomit. Do it now. This is.
And it's like cough syrup, could be fine.
This is Wismut Salix. It's a pink liquid with a horribly chalky taste, but it is quite effective at counteracting nausea, indigestion, and diarrhea.
Just gave him medieval
Pepto-Bismol.
Pepto-Bismol.
Yes.
If you drink a vial of it while suffering from the nauseated or sickened condition, you may immediately roll another savings throw with a +2 bonus.
Go for it.
And with that, I will do just that. Yes!
Oh.
You
can't
immediately
fucking
feel relief as there's that chalky aftertaste, but and it's rough on your already rough tongue, and it's kind of got you going like, as you're kind of like running your tongue along the top palate, but at the same time, the fact that you're able to do that without, it's just with a single, and then suddenly you're feeling much better.
I love
you
my
guys?
purchases paying off.
That's
What's
that
it
I love
called?
it when the party pack rat with the bag full of alchemical items actually gets to use them.
It's great.
Well,
I don't know.
yeah,
I
recovering from his sudden onset nausea. Flick will look at the bottle, look to Vark, and say, "Miracle of medicine, my good man. Miracle of medicine. Thank you."
Thank you. Thank you.
And
You
we'll,
are
we'll,
quite welcome.
we'll take a quick break to that right now, as you all are kind of huddled together in your cloud of mist,
Yes, absolutely.
as the creature has wandered its way over towards the stranded group on the side.
Hello.
As it looks up at both of you, and also at Roscoe, and it chuckles. With the slaughter they were committing upstairs, I thought they'd be made of sterner stuff. But look at them. Like squid fighting in an ink cloud. This will be quick.
Would you like me to count?
You still have the faculties for it by the time
One.
it happens.
I guess at this point I'll go, this is your lair, and I will not tread upon it. But those are our allies. Are you willing to perhaps make a deal?
Sure. You make it out of this alive, and I'll eat you slowly.
Well, I figured as much. Well, they got themselves into this mess.
What about freedom?
That's what I was thinking.
You guys will notice where it is currently.
Yeah, I was waiting.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it can see us, because it's blind. It probably has tremor sense, or at the very least, blind sense.
Maybe.
I see.
And now you guys don't know actually where it is besides off the sound of its voice, which is very close.
I had forgotten that detail.
As from the mist, pretty much right next to all of you here, well, you hear the sloshing of water as the massive feet move through it, and then it comes to a stop. Little bits of splishing and splashing as the water comes up against the rocks to your sides. Considering how you're hiding from me, I don't think you have very much to bargain with.
Your freedom, and also food.
Actually, to that point, considering also in Draconic, ask it, Why were you imprisoned?
No, Draconic.
Hmm.
I would say Holo Holo's translating for Chaiko.
Mm-hmm. I'm gonna check something for quickly.
I was going to be right back.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
So, folks here, like some of us watch TFS, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So,
Team 4-star.
yeah, specifically Dragon Ball Abridged,
Yeah.
of course.
Oh,
I'm speaking to people of a certain generation, after all. There's a scene where Great Ape Vegeta grabs Goku around the chest, squeezes him like a squeaky toy,
Oh no.
as then a hand darts out of the mist and closes around Karia,
Yeah,
Beating
but I
his-
expected that.
beating his CMD for a grapple. And then Karia is drawn forward as you are now face to face, noxious, acidic breath wafting up your nose as its drooling mouth is inches from your brow. And rather than respond to Siren, it then follows up.
no, you can't
And
see that actually. Never mind.
mhm.
Can
As you then
you-
see Karia, not quite yet because it's still following its series of actions.
I see.
As Karia is then, well, can't see this, but you hear it as there is a rush of air. As a Frey, what kind of noise would Karia make if he was in free fall?
Free fall?
The Wilhelm scream.
Yes, say he's say you're like sent hurtling through the air at close to terminal velocity.
Oh, absolutely a whistling noise, but no, no, definitely an
Oh, well, in that case, could you give me your best ah?
Oh, of course. No. Actually, he'd probably be pretty quiet if I'm being completely honest with you. Oh, fuck me.
As he then hits the ground and you come to a rolling stop in the middle of what looks to be some sort of ritual circle.
Well, I can see that. Oh fuck.
At which point, I am now asking for your initiative.
Flick the bottle.
all of ours.
All of you. Karia,
Oh lord.
I will now
It
make
was
the.
not
Here we go.
Since you are now at the center, Karia, I will make the majority of the map plainly visible.
Thank you. I should've
Also, what were you saying?
The
were you
bottle,
saying, yes, right before we roll initiative, I'll pass you back the
I should have tried throwing the poison down its mouth. I still had one more.
I rolled a natural 2.
And
No. Also, I have to
the fact that you
relaunch
have a
towards
fucking
me.
plus 13 to initiative, my friend, is
Yeah.
nuts.
Improved initiative.
Meanwhile,
Meanwhile, Seren's Cloud still has something like, I don't know, fucking 4 minutes to it. So you guys are sitting pretty.
Okay.
Damn.
I should have
It's okay. We should have
remembered
left
that
him
it
down
was
here.
apparently blind.
Uh,
Don't worry, Courier. We're going to get out of this, Courier.
That's 5 initiatives so far.
I'm trying to get Vair's. Oh well, Vair goes immediately after me, so we don't need to
Oh wow, 20.
either immediately before or after. Actually,
Why does the cleric always go first?
I don't know, but you should definitely drop this cloud.
That's what I'm gonna do.
Mm-hmm.
Aggressive. B-E, aggressive.
Well, I'll do some measurements.
Mallory can join in whenever she's able to actually join us. Unfortunately, Mallory has been forced out of their home due to incredible freaking heat, apparently. Okay, so that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 7 people. Yes, that is all the initiatives. Now we add a creature.
Oh yeah, also Remy, you want to take a gander in tavern? I found something specifically that you were referring to.
Yes, precisely that. Okay. Right. Adversaries. Go. There's go. Sending. And there we go. We have our initiative. Siren, it is your turn.
Okay. First thing Siren is going to do is to drop Obscuring Mist. What kind of an action would that be?
I believe it's a free action.
Okay. And also, Siren I had called out before that she hit Karya with Shield Other.
Hmm?
Oh,
Yeah.
that was who you hit. You hit me with Shield Other.
Yes, because it challenged you.
Oh, yes.
So Karya has Shield Other on him. And
Unfortunately,
think
that
it
didn't
would be very
contribute to his
wise to-
combat maneuver defense.
Yeah.
I
man.
understand, but still, it's on him.
Mm,
I don't think it would
it's
be very
noted.
wise for her to. Yes.
It definitely won't hurt, that's for damn sure.
Yes. I don't really think there's much I can do. It wouldn't be wise to engage in melee with it. So, well, since it is close, it's probably going to go after Karya once it's on its turn, but currently it is still close enough to us.
Ooh, idea.
I'm
ooh.
gonna take the opportunity to do this while I still can. Siren is going to cast Inflict Light Wounds on this with a touch attack.
Oh. In that case, you gotta get up to it.
Yes.
Alright. So you need to move up adjacent to it, and then make me a melee touch attack.
Mm-hmm. Is that, did I do it right?
That's just with your dex and your bab. Yes.
Typically,
yes.
you can just click on the spell.
Oh, true.
That also works. But yes, that will hit.
Okay. And now I roll.
I was about to
If I
ask,
just-
is that? Oh, you go.
I just do.
Oh wait, it's a will save. Oh wait.
Yeah.
Huh.
I will save can half it. What? No? Yes, no, it's to resist it. But
That's weird. Okay, that's a little weird. Huh.
I can't believe I was about to ask. Shouldn't that be on touch AC?
yeah, it is touch AC. Because it's touch attack.
Yeah. I was about to ask you, is the touch attack a touch attack? I
Yes.
hate that.
Blame. Yeah, so a living creature can have a will save to try and take half damage. It will. What's your save DC?
15.
Because
Yeah,
it's a
15.
first level spell. It will succeed.
Uh,
So it takes 4 points of negative energy damage as you pump it.
Actually-
full.
well, it is 8 plus 4 because it's only 8
Right.
points
Plus 6.
plus
Plus
1 point
6.
per caster level.
Oh,
4.
8 plus 4,
Caster
so
level
yes,
fours.
6 damage in total.
Yeah, as
Yeah.
Siren just like charges up to this thing, weaves past Vair, places her hand, probably on its like little pinky toe, and then tries to charge it with some necrotic damage, valiantly in her own way, before looking up at it as it casts a shadow down on her and trembles a little bit, but tries to remain calm and collected.
Okay. Up this close, that same stink that emanated off the goop it breathed at you guys just wafts off the screen. The thing smells foul, worse than the other troglodytes, and its breath alone is acrid and just almost nauseating to even be near as it gazes down at you. Where you touched it on its leg or on its foot, there is an obvious necrotizing of the flesh, but it barely looks even moved by this, as it turns away from where it had lobbed Karya, gazes back at you, and its already crooked mouth twists into another cruel smile.
What is happening?
Welcome back. You
Oh.
guys,
started.
Well,
you guys are in combat.
Oh,
Yes. Welcome in. I made sure to roll your initiative for you. You haven't come up yet, thankfully. But it's the creature's turn. As it looks back at you and says, "It's your turn." In Draconic, of course. As it then lopes across the ground over to the prone Karya.
oh,
It stepped away from you. You can make an attack of opportunity.
do it.
Do you want
Do
to?
it, Siren.
Do you want to try that, Siren?
What? Huh? What?
It
I'm
did.
sorry.
It moved
Attack
out of
of
your threat
opportunity.
range. You can make an attack of opportunity.
Yes, I will with my sickle. I guess it'd have to be.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Also, Remy, if you want to get in a simple path, a viewer made art for it.
Ooh, very nice. That is. Yeah, that's good. All right. Unfortunately, that will not hit. As your sickle bounces, or even just kind of scrapes across its rubbery hide.
God.
It's like you think for a second your sickle has found a purchase, but really the hide just kind of bends and doesn't break. As it strides over to the prone Karya, brings 1 foot up, and then plants it on your chest.
Oh,
Could I have a will save?
could try a will save. Not too great at those. And no, you can't have a will save.
Too bad. I'm taking it anyway.
Oh no.
oh,
So those watching see as this is the foot that had the gold chain on it. As the foot comes down on Karya's chest, and there's the telltale light of the circle beaming up. As the golden chain dissipates into golden particles, And Karya, your whole body is racked with pain.
Great, it bound me, didn't it?
I felt you coming, little creature. It's the
That's what-
first time I'd ever felt one a bit like me. I'd wondered what that was. Curious. Strange. Until this point, I had been the only freak in this little hole in the ground. Felt you making your way, carving through, leaving little snacks for me floating down the river. Very thoughtful. As you, lying where you are, you actually see off to your side the half-chewed, barely recognizable face of the troglodyte bully you had decapitated.
Oh, hey. Well, I can, I can offer you more. I don't taste good.
I don't need. I will be perfectly happy getting my own because you know what? Little something that my captors never took into account. He steps down harder, grinding his heel into your chest. Is when they made this circle, they made it for creatures like me. Not me. Who comes wandering in? But a smaller, scrawnier, more pitiful version. Something like me. Feel that little pull in your chest when I look at you. Strange sensation, and I realize you got your own little cancer to fight, don't you? Have fun with that. I'm very sure they will too. As he takes his foot off your chest, and now with the foot no longer obscuring your vision, you see that the golden chain itself has reattached itself, bound around your ankle.
Figured as much.
What the fuck?
Click.
Let's see. I gotta move like 30 feet to here. And then is this a ridge here? Am I able to move around that?
You're able to clamber over it if you wish.
Okay.
It's a 5-foot
Yeah,
rise, so
because
you
I
will be able to
think-
climb up it fairly easily.
Yeah, because I think what I want to do is I want to take the dash action through it. If I am able to. And maybe move about here. And as I kind of vault over the rocks and kind of take a position where I am with the rapier drawn, Flick will call out, "No worries, Karya, we're coming for you." And that was my turn.
Okay. Karya, your turn.
So, I have several questions.
I have several answers. That depending on the questions.
Hmm.
I might have more questions for you too.
That's fair. One, did I keep my weapon when I tumbled? I assume
Yes,
I
he
didn't
didn't
let it
disarm
go.
you.
Okay, that's nice. Secondly, the thing it did, it seems like it just stomped on me. Is there any way that I can reverse what it's done to me?
Stomp on it.
Yeah, clearly I have to Mario jump on it to get it back
Mhm.
down.
You can try and Goomba stomp it if you want, but as it is right now, you are prone next to this thing, and you don't know how it went about doing the transfer. You've only just seen this circle for the first time. If you were to try and puzzle out what exactly it's did, you could try, but you're no wizard.
Yeah, I don't think that's gonna help. The last one is, since I'm on the ground and it's pretty much over top of me, could I stay prone and still make an attack?
I believe that's at a -4.
Knowing my rolls, I need everything I can get.
Oh,
I guess I'll
also,
just
also, I forgot one thing.
Oh yeah.
Because of the way it's put together, that that weapon you have doesn't actually, despite being called a glaive, it doesn't actually function as a glaive.
Oh,
I will send you, this is the reason why I was a little bit confused in the last one, I will send you the page for it, for the weapon that it emulates.
right. Let's see. Oh, it's this.
Due to its fairly crude construction.
That makes sense. Actually, hey, this is an upgrade.
Mm-hmm.
I'm
Also,
right here.
also one slight problem. It is within 5 feet of you, so the reach property stops you from attacking it regardless.
Yup.
Technically, you could
Right.
strike at a part of it that's further away from you, but the issue is that the stuff that's closer to you is obstructing your ability to strike at it. And besides which, smacking at something with a polearm while prone is just really hard.
Yeah, I doubt I could trip it, huh?
If you could get some distance on it, you could.
Mm-hmm. Well, knowing how long this chain goes, I know that my distance is pretty much this, so I can go all the way out to there. Slowly, I suppose, climbing to his feet, Kara will kind of... Okay.
Want to check something real quick?
Yep.
Stand up from prone provokes an attack of opportunity.
Yep, I know it does.
As you cautiously pull yourself to your feet, waiting for it to slash at you, bite at you, anything. And for a second, it almost seems to feign that it will, throwing its arms out wide, mouth wide, just lunging at you and then stopping. Not like halting suddenly, but pulling back, giving a dark little chuckle.
Oh, you enjoy this, don't you?
You have no idea.
I'm gonna have to slowly but surely implement this thing. Oh, you know why? Because this is not the, there we go, yeah.
Also, yes, I believe half strike is a thing in Pathfinder.
What is half strike?
Yeah, halved strike is it's a feat you can take that allows you to take a -2 to your AC, but allows you to strike creatures with your reach weapon that are next to you.
Oh,
You must have at least a +5 BAB though.
that'll be good for later. Sorry, I have to quickly edit the damage and everything on this because it was still from the other one. All right. There we go. I suppose once I stand, I'll call Vair to its opposite, and he should be able to make that. And then Vair's not too great at hitting things, I admit, but we'll go ahead and make it.
Who knows? He's a big He's a big target.
It is true. Will a 15 hit it?
No, no, it will
Yeah, I
not.
don't think so.
Sorry
Well,
to
at least
stretch.
he's there. Nah, it's all good. And flanking, it gives a +2 bonus, correct?
Yes, it does.
Okay, and this power attack will still have an additional +1 because of the feat. So that'll be +3 on this roll, which is a fucking nat 1. Jesus Christ.
Oh fuck.
As
That's
you
par for the course.
standing up, Vair comes to flank, helping you, coming to your rescue as you then wind up for a heavy strike, but you're not quite used to the way this thing is balanced just yet, as the glaive goes wide, swinging past its face and then burrowing itself in the dirt behind you as you overextend. are forced to recorrect and then pull the thing back as it goes wide over your head and then slams into the dirt behind you.
That's par for the course. I'll look over before my turn ends, look at Hollow Hollow and Chaiko and go, if I die in here, I'll kill you both.
Think of a plan, I'm gonna let you die here.
That's my turn. I
Mark,
physically can't do anything else.
beloved Mark, it is your turn. So hey Celeste. And also hey Grim, and Cam is here as well.
Oh, good.
They've been bantering in the back a little bit. Yes.
Cam, help, please. Make him
Vark
stop.
can't reach from his current position in time, not this round. So he is going to double move over here. And that'll be his turn.
Oh, something I should mention after Karya's turn ended. When Vair moved onto the southern point, that triangle of that square, that diamond, the glow brightened.
Ah, yeah, there's deep creatures here. We all around.
Oh dear.
Valerie, it is your turn.
See. Well, I have to relearn what I'm able to do right now. Okay. How far is this?
How far is one?
Feet to the creature. Ooh, 50 feet. Okay.
It would require a double move if you want to get up there.
I'll just make it all the way here first. Wait, what's my movement right now?
I believe
Oh, 20.
20, right? Because you have medium armor on.
Well, wait 3 turns, please. Move over here first. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then I will get me crossbow and shoot him.
Get me crossbow!
Get me crossbow.
Hmm.
Load it up. And let's see.
Fire.
Crossbow light. 15.
Also, for the people here who were in the last version of Simple Walk, Grim brings up a good point. This central area looks like a maw full of teeth.
It
Yeah,
really
it
does.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
I swear to God, if our fucking dragon is back, I'll be pissed as hell. Actually, I won't be. If I can talk to him, I'll be like, hey, homie, please.
Yeah, and if he bites down this time, at least he'll take, a couple enemy, or like a enemy with him. Yes, that will miss, I'm afraid.
Ah.
Unfortunate. You are, however, now close to the creature.
Yeah, at least there's that.
Whether or not you consider this a good thing is up to you. Hello. Your friends have begun to mount an assault, having been provoked and attacked by the mutated creature.
How steep is this little drop off right here? Like to get down back.
It's a fairly direct drop. Could potentially slide down the side of it. Wouldn't cause too much issue. It's pretty smooth.
Okay, I'll do that.
Yeah, no,
does
it's
that take any way?
doesn't actually take away any movement. If anything, it actually speeds you up because you're just dropping down a 5-foot drop.
Oh, okay. Wow, it wasn't even that big. Oh, okay.
Yeah, no, it really wasn't that far.
It could have killed you at any point. I want you to keep that in mind.
No, I
Yeah,
just thought it was much. I thought it was just much farther than it was. Can I still see this guy?
Oh yes, for
Up
sure.
here?
He's peeking up well above the rocks. He's a pretty big dude.
A pretty big dude. Okay, evil eye.
Why?
He needs to make a.
Will
Yeah,
save?
he needs to make a will save.
Oakley. He will make a will save. He will it. He will be done.
He will.
Okay, he fails.
He's will. Okay. Buck Baduck. Let me see what the hell over again with Evil Eye. Oh. Do you know what? I'll say -2 on saving throws.
Okay. And
Yeah.
that your turn?
That is a good idea.
Yeah, and yes, that is the end of my turn. There isn't much I can do right now.
All right. Loxy Loxy.
Roscoe. Does it look like he has any weapons?
Roscoe? He's got broken half of the broken haft of a spear.
Can I toss him the cross? I have a crossbow on my. Yeah. Can I toss him my crossbow on my waist?
Sure. If you offer him the crossbow, he'll happily take it. That thing needs to die.
Yep. Give him a my crossbow, and I think aren't things of bolts like one thing of bolts is 10?
20.
20. I'll give one thing the one thing of bolts I have on me. So
Okay.
I think there's 19. I think it should be 19.
Okay. Initiative. He gets a.
It's also his masterwork too. So do with that what you will.
Do-do-do-do-do.
Fair enough.
Okay.
But
There you go.
I'm guessing does that take action it would have taken, if any?
Item interaction would have been. I believe item interaction is a swift action.
Okay. So
Or is it?
I would like to.
I mean, you're basically
I'll
just taking it
cast-
off of your hip and throwing it to him. So yeah, I'd say a swift.
Yeah. I like to cast my last summon monster. Give me my lightning elemental.
Okay, you want your Zappy boy.
So I can do 35. So yeah, about
It was
I like to put it
1d3,
square.
correct?
No. Since it's a lightning elemental, I only get one.
Okay. I am here to punch people. Bzzzt.
All right, and then I can still take my move action. So move 30 feet. I like to drop down here as well. That's pretty much gonna be my Tycho's turn.
Okay.
Then
Awesome.
the elemental gets
Right, he
move
gets an
action,
immediate turn
right?
on your action. Upon being summoned.
And then he can move. I'm guessing 30 feet. Her call. I need to look at my spells. Just bloodline. That's fine for now. Yeah, let's get close. Yeah, do an attack.
Unfortunately, it will not hit. As the
Sounds about right.
thing slams its its electricity lightning composed hand against the rubbery hide of the creature and just kind of fails to conduct. Roscoe, in his prone position, is going to lay flat on his stomach as he takes the crossbow, winches it back, loads the bolt, and fires. And will hit.
Roscoe, my beloved.
He's not a novice, that's for sure. As this is a light crossbow,
Yep.
as the bolt
you-
sinks home and slams into the thing's thigh, dealing a decent amount of damage. With that,
Oh, Roscoe, my beloved.
we're back to Siren.
Okay. Oh, fucking god.
Quick question, sorry. Are those candles around the circle? Well,
That's a
Fine.
fixture of the map.
okay.
I will say there are candles, but they've burnt out. They're melted, and the wicks are
Okay.
since gone.
There is a light glowing right now, though, around in the circle.
No.
I think he's looking for a source of flame.
Mm.
Were you gonna cast grease?
No.
Ah.
Yeah, sadly, grease does not actually catch fire.
It
Not
doesn't
no-
even in the Wrath of the Righteous?
Nope.
depends on your
Nope.
GM, because
Yeah,
I
it
know
depends on
I
your
know when Cam rules it, he goes with the flammable option. It's entirely up to your GM. Rules is written? No. Rules
Yeah,
and
rules are
like
written.
how your GM runs it? Up to him.
How do you like to run grease?
I like to remind my players that anything they can do, the enemy can do as well.
Yep.
So it's actually, I tend to leave it up to my players. If they like to have their grease flammable, then grease
Grease
shall
is
be
flammable.
flammable. The grease shall be
None of
flammable, and
them-
it shall always be flammable, and it will not discriminate.
Very good. Don't grease right now, even if you had it.
Also, I'd like to point out the fact that, you know what? I'm feeling pretty turn efficient. I added 2 fighters to this fight. Hell yeah.
Congratulations.
Hmm.
I actually meant to ask their quest. You said prone with normal like melee attacks is a -4. Do you get a bonus for laying prone with a ranged weapon like a crossbow?
You get a bonus
For-
to AC. You don't get you don't get to hit bonus.
like-
You also what do you call it? You also suffer a -4 against melee attacks when prone, which is why I was
that
able to
makes-
just step on you. Whereas ranged attacks against you when you're prone, you get a +4 AC.
What?
Yeah, if you're going prone and there's people shooting at you, if you drop on the ground, that's potentially can be a good way to avoid getting shot. Downside is if someone then charges in and they're right next to you and you try to get up, you're an easy target.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Speaking of which, Siren actually wants to do something about that. But first off, she needs to get a bit closer. What I'm gonna do is move her here. I believe is where I can go. Wait. No, that was 25. I can move 20. So she's gonna move there. And from this new position, can she get a better view at the like symbols on the ground, or is it still kind of like
Yeah, now that you've
hard?
got a better view on it, there's people trampling all over it and obscuring it, but if you give me a perception, I could see whether or not you are able to get a good look at it.
Okay. Yeah, I'll do it.
Okay. Count that as a swift action.
Okay. Ooh.
So, these symbols definitely aren't crude. There is rhyme and structure to them. But there's a language in there that you're not quite grasping. It's not the same as the stuff that was written on stones or on that henge on the way through here. It's a different kind of arcane language. Or in this case, divine language. Divine magical language. This details a circle of binding very clearly. A spellcraft would clarify just exactly what kind.
I see. I did try spellcraft before, but I failed.
Failed. But he did that on the chain, on the circle itself.
That's true. Would I be able to do that on the circle?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, I'll try, because I think if we had more information, we would have more of an advantage. Let's see. God, I really hope. Okay.
So, this circle describes a ritual for binding a corrupt entity. Something not that itself is necessarily good or evil, lawful or chaotic, as these circles tend to hone in on, but rather a creature that is host to something that, in the runic language used to make this circle, is described as the closest translation in your native tongue that you can come up with is an unwholesome malignance, a metastasization of something primordially awful. And this circle is meant to keep it bound in place until such a time. And there is a satisfactory condition in there that says until such a time as the circle is destroyed or the corruption is purged from the creature.
That's strange. And the binding has moved from this large monster onto Karia.
Which
That
paints a
is strange.
pretty bleak picture, Arya.
Would I still be able to cast a spell in my turn?
Yes.
Since it has a penalty to saving throws because of what Hollow did to it, I would like to cast Command. And I will attempt to say, or I will attempt to command it to do something and say, Vielg, which means fall.
It turns to look at you and says, "You cannot command me. I will not be shackled any longer." As your
Then
word,
you shall be destroyed instead.
is that your turn?
Yep.
I would be less worried. Now it's speaking up, and now in common. I would be less worried about killing me, and more worried about them. As the mouths on its body open, and from it, clawing out, like skittering, chittering bugs in a curtain of black shadow, boils and pours from its openings, and then quickly begins to fill the room. As a
Sorry, what?
And when bad news bears.
its mouths across its body are opening, and darkness is boiling and pouring out of it. It's beginning to quickly fill the room. But rather than obscure sight completely, it does something odd. As even Chi and Hollow are able to see this. Where normally darkness obscures, this instead has a strange effect on your vision. Rather than... Oh, that is the wrong shade. Yes. Rather than stop you seeing as the shadows once did, even the section of the room where you two could not previously see become visible. The Slograk's body is held in a almost censoring shade where its face is barely perceivable. Its body is more amorphous and indistinct, moving within the dark. But Karia and Vair are held in a stark, pale relief, as the darkness at the edge of their figures seems to ebb and flow, quiver, and the binding circle shines even brighter. As moves, withdrawing, saying, I am under no illusion that I could kill all of you. I heard what you were doing up there. I don't stand a chance. I did say it was withdrawing.
Oh, I apologize. I forgot that that's what it was. I forgot that withdrawing is an actual action. My
Mhm.
apologies.
As it then separates itself from the fight, saying, I will not live through this fight. That's fine. Because it's not my fight any longer. I'm going up. I'm going up out there. The food is weak. Easy to chase down. Who knows? Maybe I'll see you again, and I'll get to devour your wriggling little dark worm burrowed in your chest. Fatten up mine. If the friends don't kill you first. As he then weaves his way through. You two can make attacks of opportunity if you wish.
Yes, I will. With my little sickle.
Well, well,
Unfortunately, that will
Okay.
not hit.
remember when last session I had the hedging weapon
Yes.
before?
Would you
Yes.
like to use that?
Yes, I would.
Okay. A shining, glowing longsword that floats beside you.
I didn't hit.
You grab it, you throw it, but you miss as it then shatters against the rock behind it. As it weaves through, squeezes past you two. And with the remainder of its movement is now here.
This prick.
It's okay. We just suck.
There's a chuckle, not the same low guttural one as before, but a almost whistling. I can't wait. As the circle reaches a crescendo, and Karya and Vair drop to the ground.
And we're stuck.
Karya, I'm going to take a small moment here as I'm going to describe something. Karya, your world is wrapped in blackness. As this entire time this circle was rising and rising, you felt this ever-increasing weight on your shoulder and in your chest, matched in the same time with this rising pang of hunger. As the strength begins to leave your muscles, and as the light comes higher, almost like a wall enveloping you, it's like an anchor dragging you to the ground. As the last thing you feel is your face hitting the cold brick, your world goes dark. Click.
Okay, so.
You see,
Uh,
1 second. You see, as Karya and Vair's bodies hit the dirt, their eyes completely vacant. And indeed, in Vair's eyes, you see a distinct lack of those serpentine pupils, those slit pupils. You've seen so full of intelligence and strange wit, but also the occasional bout of silliness, stupidity. Now glazed over as its body twitches occasionally, as does Karya's. How would you like to react to all this?
I'm not sure if I should go after the big guy or should try and help Karya. think because I'm closest to Kari, I'm gonna try and help him out. I'm not sure what I can do. What based on what I'm seeing, what does it seem like I can do?
Do you have heal?
As a skill, oh yeah, that's right. I don't have many points in it, but I can attempt to heal him.
In this case, the heal would be like a medicine check. It would be to try and diagnose what's up with him.
Okay. And I'll give it a try.
On the off chance you're able to ascertain what's going on here, you could potentially perform a maneuver of some sort to try and help him. But please, yes, roll me a heal check.
Ooh.
So, with the way his body is twitching and the way he's convulsing occasionally, you've seen this a few times when you were in Woetide or on ships. Sometimes when the sun would flare or even when things would just get too loud. There was this one gnome on one of your boats who had these episodes that would cause him to drop on the floor and flop around like a freshly caught catch. He would refer to these as seizures. When his body would seize up and he would lose all control of it, like the control would be seized from him.
Oh shit.
In this case, with the way his teeth are chattering and the way his fingers are curling and his body is convulsing, that's the closest thing you can liken this to.
So yeah, so as I'm like scurrying over to Karya, like trying to snap him out and say things like, hey, wake up, can you hear me? Things like that. Flick's going to call out, Karya seizing up, we better do something quick.
One thing that their gnome friend often told you was to take something like hard and firm, but not something brittle or too hard. Something like maybe like a wooden spoon or something. Get it between his teeth, or else he risked biting his own tongue off. Karya, considering how sharp his teeth are, that's also a risk. But also there's the additional risk of his teeth being a little too tough for whatever you could put in there.
I think if I had anything I could get in there, maybe I have some sort of tool, but I'll have to figure that out as we go along because I don't want to take too long of my turn.
I'll say this is about as far as you get with this.
Okay.
Mark.
Okay. I'm going to turn on the spot, jam the bottle I was holding into my mouth to feel my hand, and pull out a little carry bag basically with multiple ampules. It's a trail scent kit. And I'm going to specifically pull out a pheromone capsule as I'm going to run back and toss it at the creature's back to splash him with it.
Okay. Roll me a ranged touch attack. That'll hit. That'll absolutely hit. As the bottle smashes against its back, and its back is plastered with this pheromone scent.
Alright.
That, I think, be your turn, because that was both a
Indeed.
attack and a move. Mallory.
Yellow. Well, Let me quickly get Roll20 up. Hmm. Um. Well, I'm just gonna choose to. Yeah, I'm just gonna choose to attack you with a long sword.
Okay.
Wait, I have a long sword?
You have a sword cane.
No. This is specifically a long sword. I do have a long sword.
Right, because it's your deity's favorite weapon.
Yeah.
Okay. You want to draw your longsword and have a slice at him?
Nah, it's better with the sword cane.
Okay. You will have to
See.
move up to it.
All right. Boop.
Make your attack.
And
As you press the attack,
24.
and you hit, as you stab it in the back, your blade sinks past its rubbery hide into the fatty tissue. And it actually hisses when you do that. You see the flesh around the blade it sort of twist and almost pucker and convulse as several of the mouths on his back also screech in a high whine as they then also extend, attempting to bite at you in response, but do not. Your turn.
Awesome.
Hello.
Well, my evil eye's not on him anymore because he moved out of range.
I
What
don't
is it?
think that has a range thing. The only range thing is, from how far where you can cast it.
No, I thought it said it had a range thing to where if it gets out of a certain range, it goes away in general. Let me check again. If it doesn't, well, fucking good.
But, 30 feet. Keep it to the bottom, fall within 30 feet that you can see. Yeah, no, it doesn't.
Oh, okay.
It might be a different hex.
Yeah, it might be. Weird. Anyways, though, regardless, it's on him still, so that's good.
Mm-hmm.
What is it? What action is it that gives someone something?
Depends. What are you handing to somebody?
Oh, I'm just gonna hand the pearl power to Checo.
Okay. That would be just a swift action, since you just probably have that sitting in your pocket or something.
Yeah, I'm gonna quickly hand it out to Checo and be like, "Here's this. It's a little reservoir of extra magic. I'm gonna go look for some things. Hopefully, something that will help him up there." And I'm just gonna point up to Karya.
I have a very dumb idea. Thank you.
Okay.
What else are you gonna do?
And you remember how you mentioned earlier that I saw some shiny shit earlier?
Mm-hmm.
I just couldn't tell what it is. Because I'm curious and see if it has anything to do with this ritual. I'm gonna go back up to that original little sinkhole. And I can't get fully in it, so I'll just do that next. When it's my turn again.
Okay.
Yeah, that'll end my turn.
Gee.
I'm looking at something real quick. Standard action. Question for you.
Mhm.
With that, what's it called? Fox shape. Since it technically acts as B shape 2, do I get the speed of the
Speed
creature I
of-
turn into? A fox?
I believe so, yes. Get all the movement speeds of the creature you turn into, so long as the level of B shape you're using allows for it. I believe B shape 2 does. Yep,
Probably.
It does.
Standard action. I turn into a fox. I'm running after this thing because did it say in combat that I'm leaving 3
Yes.
meals upstairs?
Yes.
Yeah, that's no bueno.
Yeah, please, someone get in there and fucking save everyone, including my Drog homies.
So okay, so where's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So I move here. You know what was it? Yeah.
Can I get a reflex save from you? Actually,
Who?
from you and from Hollow, and as for that matter.
A reflex save?
Yes.
Uh-oh. Alright.
Oh, weird.
I probably should have done Hollows first, things considered.
Reflex.
I take it we don't see what's causing this.
No, you absolutely would.
Oh,
Actually,
As-
I'm
What is it?
Fox, but
Yeah,
I
Hollow.
get plus.
You draw like as you get closer to the hole with the bones gathered around it, and where they sort of pile up and make almost like a dam around it due to the water flow. There's bones beneath the murky surface that you can't see, and as your foot comes down on one, it threatens to have you trip over and fall into the fetid water. You manage to catch your feet. She does not.
do I have to
okay,
always save
wait.
you from water?
If you fall into another goddamn
with
hole.
this and the fact that She's fox form was already kind of chest deep in the water.
Wait, hold on. After you do that, I'll ask after.
Oh wait, did I have a swim speed while I was in the water?
The water's not deep enough to need a swim speed. It comes up to about your ankle.
Oh, okay, because I was just asking because I have a faster swim speed. I could have just swam.
You
but-
can't swim in 5 foot deep water in this case, or not even 5 foot. This is like a foot deep.
Okay,
Yes.
it's okay. I was just curious.
Yeah. She, unfortunately, you fall prone. Now flopping
Yeah,
over
this is
in the dank, dirty water.
Okay, second question real quick. I get where do I at? Cause B shape, I get a +4 to dexterity bonus. Where do I put that on my sheet? I think I put it in the right place. Yeah, my split.
You would put it into your temporary bonus.
Alright.
Yes, you did put it in the right place.
Additional.
Unfortunately, Cheese Fox form has flopped. Now in a nest of bone and grime.
God damn it. If the fox ever turns evil, just throw water on them and they'll drown.
Roscoe crawls forward, readies the crossbow that he was given. Takes aim with a scream of "Don't you run, you bastard!" Fires another bolt. Crits.
Oh my god.
Roscoe MVP.
And rolls minimal damage.
God damn it!
The bolt hits it in the back of the head,
Well,
but you see that its skull is so thick that the bolt barely even makes the point into its skull as it continues to chuckle.
Regardless, Roscoe, my beloved.
Siren.
Okay, can I can move up. Can I like climb over these stalagmites
Yes.
and get to
Yes, you
here?
can.
Okay, I will doing the same check that Flick did before, would I be better able to ascertain what exactly is going on? And
Heal check?
knowing-
Yes.
yes, well, before that, actually, I will call out to everyone and say, this is a voice. This appears to be a divine binding circle, as you may all already be able to tell. It's meant to bind something corrupt, which I had assumed was the creature that was here before, but then it transferred over to Karia and Valle. So, I would think that this is starting to corrupt them. I, I think.
Something to notice is that there is no chain attached to Vair.
I see.
Yes, if you
So
would
I
like to
noticed
make
that and say, oh, it's
another
Drakaria
heal check. You may.
specifically. Yeah, I'll do that. Wow, what the fuck?
Yeah, you spent a long
Ugh.
time treating the people in your village. But this is new. You've never seen
Yeah.
somebody fall to the ground and shake like this. Not so horribly. They look like they're in genuine pain and not all there. As I mentioned
Yeah.
with Flick, you notice that Vair's white eyes have gone completely white.
And he only became this way once Karia started suffering this.
Yes.
Yes.
It's no secret at this point that Ukari and Vair are deeply linked.
Yes. I was going to do something, but I think it'd be better to do that on Karia.
Mm-hmm.
So, and I cannot move any closer to him because I've already moved the max. I can only move 20 feet because of my armor. So.
Have you already taken a standard action?
No, she
That's
hasn't.
true, I haven't taken an action. Is there another check I could make regarding the nature of this binding that would allow me to ascertain how to unbind them?
You've already done a spellcraft. Now that you're
Yes.
up next to it, I would allow a knowledge arcana.
Okay.
That or knowledge
that.
planes, whichever one is better for you.
Oh, let's see. Either Arcana.
Because this is a twist on a planar binding circle.
They're the same for me, so I'll do Knowledge Arcana.
Okay. Very nice. So, examining the circle now closer to it, you're able to see that this very specifically was set up as a binding circle for something very specific. Not a specific creature, but a specific creature type. And the way it's constructed is that any creature of that type cannot meddle with it. They cannot interfere with or sabotage or manipulate this circle. They're unable to touch it. To do so would cause them great pain. There's a feedback loop built into this that would cause a massive amount of pain to any creature that tries to alter or erase the circle. Erasing the circle also even would come with it a certain cause of death, or sorry, a certain chance of death, or at least great harm, if the creature were to try to alter it. However, you see also in the runes is 2 failsafes. In the event that the creature should die or the circle needs to be dissolved, a rune for a remote deactivation, which you would have to assume is linked to some sort of item, as these typically are. Circles like this often have a activation item that allows them to be turned on and off. Person you had to guess had that? Probably the head priest. Considering he was apparently one of the people that he explained earlier, is from a line of head priests who are responsible for this circle. Secondly, a clause that allows non-deep creatures to come in and erase the circle. Honestly, all it would take is a minute of concerted effort to break up the lines, destroy some of the runes, and to do so in a specific order to avoid the feedback loop from killing the creature that is bound to it. You wouldn't have to worry about the order if the creature wasn't found. If you want Karya to stay alive, or at least not get zapped with a hell of a lot of malign arcane energy, or divine energy,
Yeah.
you need to be careful about this. But you know you're fairly sure of the order you need to do this in.
Okay. So, so then Siren will call out. There appears to be a way to disassemble the circle, either remotely with an item, but I think in this case it would be best if one of us non-deep entities were to come in and erase certain parts of it in a specific order. That order being, and then she will say said order.
Okay. Right.
Hero's about to just stick my buckler in Karya's mouth. That probably works better.
Please
Just
don't
all
do
that.
that.
No. I
Actually,
mean,
the
your idea works better. That's what I'm saying.
Yes, specifically because any damage he takes for the time being, I take half.
Yes.
So yeah,
That is your turn.
that is my turn.
Yes, your idea sounds much better than me sticking my buckler in Karya's mouth.
Yeah.
The creature, wounded but not slowed, continues to trudge out. And
I was gonna mention, can it fit through that?
yes,
Because we had to go one by one to get through.
it can turn sideways.
Oh, so it's
It's one of them. He's slim thick, is what he is.
Mm-hmm. Built like Mr. We call it built like Kingpin,
Mr.
but
Krabs.
able to turn sideways as he's
Yeah.
begins to pick up on a lope, picking up speed. As one last look over his shoulder towards the group, and another small dark chuckle as he says, "Don't have too much fun." Then, as he disappears, the dark that followed him chases after him, almost like a blanket of rats covering the walls and the floor, chasing after a Pied Piper.
Damn it, we lost him.
Yeah, no, everyone who was in there is absolutely dead. Good job, guys.
Shit.
We're good heroes.
We had to come down this hole.
Yeah, really, we should have honestly left them down here.
I would like to say that as a player, I don't know what he's walking into. I don't know what's on the other side of that. I don't know who's in there.
On the immediate side of that were the prisoners that we found from the village. On the other side of that, after that, were all the troglodytes who
the priests.
agreed to.
And then
Oh,
warriors.
the priests, yeah.
Yeah.
And the warriors. Yeah.
Anyway,
We could just temporarily leave Karya here. I'll save the
I don't
villagers and
know.
let them back.
I don't
for
think
Karya.
that's a
Aria.
good idea.
Aria.
Hello.
It was bloody. Wait, that thing was bloodied, right? You said.
No, I said it was injured. As in,
I swore you said
it took. No, I said injured. It took a bolt to the back and a stab from Mallory's sword cane. It was injured. The creature recedes into the dark, but Karya, you have something of a opposite experience. As you come to in pitch blackness, the ground is like ink. The air is like smog, and everything around you is like a whirlwind of peeling shadow as it swirls around you, giving the vague hint at geometry and a room around you. And then the shadows, almost as if building up from the ground into semi-humanoid shapes. You see some somewhat familiar faces. If anything, you would recognize the silhouette more than face, how obscured it is, darkness. Your cousins and siblings, arranged around you in a circle. The other half-dragons of the mist. 6 or 7 of them. And every one of them, to a man, woman, all have that same disinterest. In some of the cases, sneer, disgust, total disregard. Gathered around you. These faces, some of these, you know they're not alone. You saw them buried in ice, torn limb from limb, as you made your way out of your destroyed home. Some of them you didn't see. But whether that means the bodies just weren't discoverable, they out on business during the attack, you don't know for sure. But some of these ones are definitely dead. But here they are, standing over you like always, looking down at you. Not a word spoken, but the disgust is ever omnipresent, easily felt.
Am I able to move
Yes.
in this space? Interesting. Am I on my face?
You're kind of like slumped over on your side, just like how you fell over in life.
Yeah, makes sense. I suppose. Can I see Vair as well?
No.
Oh, I'm alone in here. Well, I suppose I will slowly climb to my feet. And
Oh, look. He's finally decided to get up off his lazy ass. You're the voice of one of the people who wasn't there among the bodies, Jortashine. Your eldest brother, in very large quotation marks, a statue of a regal entity of red half-dragon. Always conducted himself with plenty of self-importance and thought. Looking down at you, you see some of the shadow peels back in a relief of commander's armor, ribbons, medals, and accolades. His spine is about as ramrod straight like the sheerest cliff on the mountaintop. His horned brow and snaggle-toothed sneer are, again, just like you remember back at the nest. Finally decided to get back to your job. It's gonna simper there. Disgusting little. Should have crushed you while you.
though if Karya were younger, he would snap out. But he's a little older, and he's had some time. That even hearing it, he'll bite his tongue and take a few steps forward, just trying to ignore.
Good. You should know your place. Those who are below should stay below. Back to your post. Whelp.
Shut the pride down. Shut the pride down. Go past it. Become more than yourself. Shut the pride down.
He notices you gritting your teeth. What's that? Something to say? Did you find the girl's spine locked in there with your little pet project? Did the corruption finally get to you? Do I finally get to put you down?
How close is he? Did he like
Within
literally
reach.
come to expect me? Oh, okay.
Weirdly enough, you've got your glaive with you,
That makes sense. That makes
and
sense.
it looks bone white in your hand, and in comparison to the rest of the darkness, just all of a sudden it's in your hand.
Huh. Well.
There's a feeling of something similar, familiar, and you realize it's the champion, or some vestige of him within the glaive, and a resonation of others slain, all of them in what becomes a deafening chant, like a tribal drum that matches the pounding blood in your ear as they all rise into a fever pitch of kill, 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 kill. When being challenged, swing and you lash out. Glaive, right through him. The shadow loses coherency, drops into the floor.
Damnable visions. Ugh. He'll just kind of start beating his head, like trying to get it out.
Yeah, that'll do. Actually, no, that won't. I'm sorry, I'm completely ruining the mood with that.
No, that's okay.
For the players that can't hear this. Yeah, that'll do. As the group begins to bear witness to something unnatural.
Uh-oh.
Flick and Siren have front row seats to this as Karia and Vair's bodies begin to twist, bend at unnatural angles, as if fighting some sort of unseen restraint. And then their bodies begin to seep shadow, crawls along the floor, the walls. And as their bodies twist,
Karia?
with each moment that they do, you see their change in their. You see a change begin to take place.
Oh no. Oh no.
Oh.
As they
dear.
begin to stand
Oh
up.
no.
Was this drawn by Celeste?
Yes, it was.
That's absolutely Celeste
Oh.
style.
That's sick.
I had Celeste make this for us.
Oh,
Just a couple
Holy
days
shit,
ago.
that is really good.
it's wonderful.
Unleash the deep. Oh, look, the real boss fight.
Oh,
Oh,
God.
no.
Oh.
As the only way to describe it is that Vair's body balloons in size. His scales get sharper and more angular. His mouth grows into a beak. His talons twist and elongate, and Karia's body is not spared either, as from his eyes and from his ears and his mouth, inky blackness begins to seep and dominate his features, obscuring them. His hair grows wild and thin and bleached. His limbs elongate. The scales across his skin spread and deepen in color. As he stands, as he says, quick under his breath, You can hear him muttering something about pride. And then the glaive swings.
Oh wait. Oh no. Oh no.
Kieran's just
Click.
gonna call out, quickly, undo the circle, just as I told you.
Click.
Uh,
What is your AC?
AC.
Oh no.
My AC is I think it should be 21.
He hits you. As I also need you to make me a fortitude save.
How long did that actually, no, I'm pretty sure the Pepto-Bismol is worn off, I think.
And it wouldn't help with this.
Damn it, my Pepto-Bismol won't save me from the
That
glaive.
have only worked on the save versus the nauseated of right. I'm terribly sorry.
Yeah, I figured.
You
Oh my
succeed.
god!
As there is a feeling of something that tries to grip you and hold you in place that comes from the glaive. It looks a look of almost calcification from the wound that then recedes as you fight it off and with a bite of your teeth, as that has left a hefty slice in your side for 20 slashing damage.
Ouch. I'm not looking good. I'm already bloodied, I think. Yeah.
I'm really sorry, guys.
I think, yeah, I think I'm already bloodied. Anyways, actually, no, I think that's... Yeah, no, okay, so no, I think it's close to bloodied. Either way.
Flick, it is your turn.
Yes, Flick, having taken an absolute wallop from this new Karya, quote unquote. He's not sure whether to attack this thing that might still be his companion, or just fall back. He's just going to go by reflex. And he's just going to try and at least counter with a little stab from his rapier. It is a 23 hit.
Looking at my
23.
sheet, unless it's changed, I believe a 23 actually does hit me. It's right on the hit, yeah.
Yeah, with a nice flick and a slash from here.
As you
Uh,
strike at him. All right. Anything else you'd like to do on your
I
turn?
will. I'm actually going to try and step back because I don't know if Flick's not sure if he should fight it or just act defensively.
Okay. Bark. Karya and Bayer have gone berserk.
I wanted to ask this not with voice in stream to avoid clutter, but my Discord crashed, so I couldn't message you. Would you prefer we stay in this fight for the sake of the story? Because I'm actually considering running after the big one.
Question there is, does Vark think he can stop that monster on his own?
Oh no, absolutely not. No, he simply means to warn the others to get the fuck out of there.
Well,
which I could, I suppose, do with a shout aimed towards the where they came.
it absolutely accomplish
Going.
it with a shout.
Clear the caves! Run!
On it. Flick, as he's not really mortally wounded, but definitely like heavily injured.
And with that, another turnaround as he switches directions again, and then hoists himself up onto the platform, steps in front of Siren, and stabs the dragon. Attempts to, at least.
It's your second time facing down a draconic enemy twice your size.
Yeah,
You're getting used to it at this point, kind of.
kind of.
Yes. Striketh forth.
Do I have any bonuses active? Shouldn't be there. Yes, actually. Well, one, but that is to go away. There we go. Okay. Public roll.
That'll hit. As your rapier snakes through, gets between the scales, and leaves a wound trickling inky blood.
Okay. Let me check something really quick.
Something to mention. Vark in particular for your case. The shadow that these creatures, Karya, Vair, and that monstrosity emanate is completely different in feel from your home.
Figured as much.
Your home plane, the shadow there was gloomy and ever present, but it's still, in a way, it was comforting, homey, for a certain value of them. This is cold, alien, and rather than shielding you, it seems to do nothing to help obscure you. It holds all of you here. Anybody here who has sustained a wound of some sort is held in stark relief against the black background.
Yeah. Funny that you mentioned the darkness. Because as my last action, well, it doesn't take an action actually, so as my last thing on this in my turn, I'm going to finally shake the bottle in my hand and command the bottled sunlight to stop glowing.
Oh,
Okay. Okay.
The unmatched power of the sun.
Thank
What-
God,
the
he
bottled
attacked
sunlight.
Sunny D.
What is the radius on that?
It is bright light in its This is correct. Is it only 1 square? 5 feet only? Really? It is. Wow, it's basically only my square.
Fancy torch.
It produces a bright light in its square for 1 hour.
During which it has enough energy to satisfy a single plant creature's daily nourishment requirement. The light counts as natural sunlight in the square containing the vial, if the vial enters the square of an undead. Yeah, okay.
I expected it to have a light radius at least. I didn't expect it to be just.
I will give you one gimme on this, because honestly, I think it should probably have a radius. Anything that counts as natural sunlight should
A bright natural sunlight.
should
even.
have some emanation to it. That's just silly.
It's
I will
the
say,
sun.
I'm going to give you a 10-foot radius on that.
That's alright.
Oh my God,
And
yeah,
it's
I don't.
funny you should do that, because you saw Vair pull himself up to his full height. His wings are mangled. The membranous skin was shredded and torn, and the bone that acted as the connective section was curling almost like a bony hand and reaching up to, potentially to grasp at you. And you saw he was getting ready to, there's no better way to put it, to tear you and Siren to shreds. None of the humor, none of the intelligence is in those eyes anymore. They're milky white, and all they see is prey. Then you shake the bottle, command it to glow, and that stark relief dark that coated you and Siren peels away in a shriek as whatever was covering you, whatever this darkness is instantly not just repelled like the dark you know, but it is sent screaming to the edges of it. And the same goes for Vair as he recoils and flails and screeches and claws at the air. And you see the dark and the scales across his front begin to mottle and peel at the presence of the bright light. Congratulations, you've discovered the weakness.
Bask in the sun.
Alex,
That's right. Come and face me.
like Frodo
So it's a
with the star in hand against Shelob. Bring this bottle of sunlight to bear and hold it like a crucifix, repelling the massive mutated Vair. So Mallory, it is your turn.
hello. Okay. Well, I'm going to move my 4 square. Wait, where was I? 1, 2, 3, 4. And then I do it again as a, using my center action. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Is that your turn?
Not quite. I will pick Karya as my chosen victim.
Okay. Cast Judgment upon him. Hold on.
Okay, so remind me, before I delve in, what action does it take to actually pick up an item? Because this would just kind of determine what I'll...
In most cases, it's a swift action unless it's something heavy.
Looking down the hole, do I see this shiny object, and what does it look to be? If I'm able to...
It appears to be a ring with a fine insignia upon it and some sort of crest.
Okay, so swift action probably, most likely. Unless somebody's holding on to it. Because before I delve deep, I'm gonna use Evil Eye on Karya. On Shadow Karya.
Okay.
He needs to make me a will save.
Okay. Alright, you want to do that?
Sure, yeah, I can play Alter Karya.
Please fail. Please fail. Let me check my DC again, because I think you just hit it.
I believe so, yes.
I'm so sorry.
Damn it, Matt. You had one job.
I know. I had one. Of course, remember, my rolls are not good, but when they are, of course, I need them.
See,
least.
now he's under my control. Now they're good. Getting a little bit of my evil fucking GM luck.
Yeah, that's the beauty. When I am the GM, my rolls are the same. It's like, oh, 20? Oh my god, another 20? It's like, all right, time to play. 2. Fucking so it's nice.
Damn it, Rami, you evil bastard. Anyways, Holo is just gonna look at that scene, did nothing, and just kind of shrug. It's like, thought that would work. Anyways, I'm gonna dive in.
I'm gonna dive in? Okay.
Oh, wait, is it deep? I thought it was... Or is it like a small hole?
the shiny thing was in the collection of bones. It's not in the center of the circle.
Oh, I thought it was in the center of the circle.
Yeah.
Oh,
No. It's collected in the
Too late, you
detritus.
dive in anyways.
Yes. as the rip current pulls you down, squeezing you like a tube of toothpaste in a 1 foot by 1 foot tunnel. Have you ever heard the term spaghettification?
Oh no.
Georgitos.
This hole, it was made for him.
Yep,
But you're able to fish through the bones and pick out the shiny ring.
Do I know? Does it have any magical properties to it, or is this just a very fancy?
You'd have to give a spellcraft to be able to figure that out, but that is going to require an action.
Shit, that took away my trying to do evil eye took away my action.
All you have now is your
Anyway.
movement.
I take it I don't see any other shinies or anything like that that could possibly relate to this ritual.
Based on your previous perception, no.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna stay back here. I'm gonna go right over here, and I'll end my turn.
Okay. G. You are currently flopped
Give me a
over
second,
in the
hold on.
bones and the muck.
Sorry about that. Yeah, I'm flopped. Okay. Hello?
Hmm?
I'm muted. Yeah, I'm good now. Sorry about that.
Chi is currently flopped over in the bones and the muck and the water. What would you like to do?
What? You said I'm prone right now, yeah?
Yeah, that would take half your movement to stand up.
Standing up. I mean, gotta. So it's 40 to 20. You still got 20, so haha. Even I guess I'm guessing when I'm prone, I'm able to perceive everything is going badly now.
Weirdly, I almost want to say you can't because you're prone as a fox in
Water.
ankle-high water.
Yeah.
If you were to stand up, you could see.
Yeah. Well, I'm standing up, scouring. I mean, I noticed the big guy's gone, so I'm like, fucking hell. Notice no one else in the water, and I hear commotions up here. Because I'm hopping up here.
And you behold the true, total awfulness that is transformed Vair and Karya.
I saw my standard action, yeah?
Hmm?
I saw my standard action,
Yes, you
standard action. Going back to human form. God fucking. Hey, can I have this fella? I don't know what's going on. I can piece 2 and 2 together. Shit hits the fan. Hit this. Hit him.
Okay.
Actually, wait, hold on. No. Can I scoot down here?
Okay.
Because flanking. Right, that's how that works? Alright,
Yep.
flanking? Alright.
Swing. Against here. Unfortunately, we'll whiff.
Can someone fill me in what happened? I was tripped for 2 seconds.
I tripped for 2 seconds and now there's 2 of them.
What happened?
Vair, thrashing, attempts to make his way out of the light. Mallory, Seren, and Vark may make attacks of opportunity if they wish.
Yeah.
Oh right, yeah, yes.
Down.
21
Watch this
piercing.
miss.
Did Vark just
It
roll
actually-
max damage?
Yes, he did on a crit.
Holy
Whoa.
shit!
Very good.
Just non-lethal or
He can't non-lethal that, and he would have had to declare that ahead of time and take a -4 to his attack.
I'm doing it easily.
okay.
I'm
Just
doing
checking.
it lethally.
I'm doing it. Okay, yeah.
I will say,
Jesus.
wow. Sirin
Wait,
will
I'm not
hit,
done.
and yes,
Were we flanking him? Or does that not count as a flank?
you were not flanking them. No.
Oh. Oh.
Unfortunately, that will not hit. Siren hits for 2 slashing. Vark, taking full advantage of the vulnerable position that Vair is in, the panic state he seems to be rendered down entirely to his baser instincts, and right now those instincts are telling him to retreat from the light. And as he does, aim, and you catch him just beneath the eye, stabbing deep and sending him rolling and panicking and squealing in this direction as he's finally out of the light, and the shadow that coated him before begins to solidify once more as he brings his head back and opens his maw wide.
Oh, he's my show with the
Oh.
As all of you, all 5 of you, are bathed in purple fire.
Oh.
I require a
Thank you.
reflex
Siren
saving
is
throw.
immune. No, I'm not.
I need a reflex saving throw from all of you.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to spend 2
Woo!
inspiration for an inspiration roll on the save.
Wait, do I do? Wait, do I do it?
Yes.
Look at our range. Okay.
Oh,
That was Pedro.
Oh no!
No.
Reflex.
Oh no!
Okay,
I'm gonna
probably didn't need it.
Why is it always the 2 ladies?
Fortunate.
No, I'm just gonna off myself
Now
now.
we just need Mallory.
Yeah, I would like to roll over and
afraid.
die.
That's not the kind of rolling I'm usually prepared for, but okay.
By years
Take care, Celeste.
misogynistic confirmed.
My ears misogynistic.
Oh my god. As he opens his mouth, he says, "All women."
Oh my god.
So, no. Yes, no, thank you very much, Celeste. Also, your art definitely seems to have gone over well. Take care and have fun at work.
It's gorgeous, Celeste.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Celeste.
Oh my
Thank
gosh.
you.
Thank you for this beautifully terrifying artwork.
Thank you. My boys.
How could you give him more swagger, Celeste?
How could you give him more swagger? Well, thankfully.
Mallory
Bad.
succeeds. Vark succeeds. Lick succeeds. Siren,
Ah,
Chi, and the lightning elemental do not.
I'm gonna fucking lose it. I'm done.
oh dear.
Okay. Hand roll the new character, please.
You will die
Just-
when you
just
die.
Let destiny play out first.
No, I'm speeding it along. You know what's gonna happen.
Oh man.
You know, after this, Mallory's gonna ask Chaika to like turn into a fox, and then he's gonna throw him into the nearby river. Throw her into the nearby river. She has to learn how to swim.
Yeah.
Oh boy, yeah, the freezing river is a good way to learn how to swim. Those of you that succeeded take 5 psychic damage. Those of you that failed, that being Chi, Siren, you take 10 and lose your next turn as you are dazed.
God damn it.
I'm feeling real pain. I'm looking a little bloody.
Vair's not looking too great either, all things considered. But he's not done yet. At least not
Oh,
not done with not going down just yet, I should say.
You feel
Roscoe,
it, Mr. Krabs?
Roscoe, lets out a curse as he loads another bolt and fires. See if he still has some of that same swagger. He hits. He rolls a crit. As
Oh man.
the bolt
Can we get an
slams
image
home.
of just? Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Good old sniper Roscoe on his belly taking pot shots. As another bolt flies, slams home into Vair's neck.
Can we make a cocktail back at the tavern called the Roscoe Rule? Roscoe Rule.
It gives you a +1 bonus to. It gives you a bonus to confirming crits.
Yeah.
Not +1, something probably like a +4. You know, a critical focus. But anyway, Roscoe, Seren, you are the mental anguish of that purple fire coming over you has overloaded you with so much pain you can't even gather yourself. It's turn.
Yep.
Unfortunate. Aria. The shadows
A lot
continue.
that's-
Shadows
Yeah.
continue to dance around you as your siblings, much as that seems to count for anything, are still there, still just at the edge, the very barrier of your periphery. And now, rather than simply standing, they seem to be pacing, multiplying, wandering in and out of vision. Some of them have their arms folded behind their backs, others in front of their chest. Some are congregating or walking side by side, and whenever they pass you, barely a glance is spared, and then laughing, or sneers, and suddenly you're surrounded, glaring at you. Some of them are baring their fangs. Some of their eyes are digging into you. Enemies all around. However, just over to your side, see Vair, your faithful brother, the one who called you king. Here. They attacked him. They're beating him, stabbing him.
That ain't gonna fly. Karia, upon witnessing this, will stand between them, and cry out, "Jasev Udoka Lao! Leave him alone!"
Vakata!
Yeah.
Oh yeah!
As
Chica.
you interpose yourself between this one, you think you recognize him. He was one of the second eldest, you think, and he holds this ball of flaming luminescence in his hand that threatens to burn your very skin off if you approach, and you realize that there are the very same burns across your brother's face, across his side.
Even through the rage itself, he would be more concerned with helping Vair.
Would it be fair to say that Karia would prepare an action that if they draw close, he will strike?
Yes.
Okay. Could I get another will check?
Yes. A 12.
Unfortunate. Click. Karia, in a warbling, distorted, draconic, saying something. It carries. The shadow seems to ripple with each word as he, dragging his malformed body, interposes himself between Vark and Vair, his glaive at the ready.
Does it look like he's like ready himself to
He's
make a move?
ready to strike. He's like a coiled snake.
All right, everyone, keep your distance. Don't get too close to him. That glaive does a number on you. Probably best not to get close.
Okay.
Flick will actually... I'm going to just use my turn to move out here. Yeah, just a little bit of movement, just to kind of size them up and just observe them. At this point, my rapier is not pointed at them, but sort of down more towards the ground. But he has not put it away. He's being very cautious about this.
Okay. So you cowboy circle, almost strafe, eyeing them up, gauging them. Mark.
All right. I'm going to position myself between the others and those two.
Okay. As a standoff seems to be forming. Not quite close enough for the light to touch him. Close enough to be a threat.
Fuck it.
Okay. Arya, as you see your half-brother begin to approach with that luminescent fire in his hand, you begin to bring back the glaive in a mighty strike. But as you're about to, before you can get the full weight behind it, the luminescence comes a bit too close, and your body is racked with pain, such that you're rendered completely unable to complete your strike. In other words, this is not just sunlight sensitivity, this is sunlight vulnerability. This is a ability inherent to creatures of the deep, or that are heavily corrupted, and when exposed to natural sunlight, or to magical sunlight, can do nothing but move while in its presence. As such, Karya is unable to strike in retribution as you approach, and his voice, distorted and warbling like before, comes forth in not the intimidating bellow that it was before, but a pained, almost childish cry as you see the shadow peel back from his skin, almost seeming to take skin and scale with it, with the urgency that it pulls back. And he almost seems to smoke in the way that the shadow is peeling and wafting off of him. And for the first time, you can see his face behind the mask of darkness. Milky white eyes, oversized, jaw at the bottom split at the mandible, teeth grown, and a long snake-like tongue hanging down his chest.
I created this in preparation of perhaps having to fight Stanislav one of these days. It does not harm them, but I suppose it would have been good for a surprise. I did not think to use it so quickly.
Was that equivalent to a daylight spell?
It's natural sunlight.
Oh,
Yes.
natural sunlight.
As
Oh, so
Well,
you'd say
it's
like
basically
morning sun.
it's basically like artificial natural sunlight. It's sunlight in a bottle.
fuck it.
As you draw in close, now catching both of them in the radiance as they both recoil, confused, trying to strike you, but they can't. They can't get the the wherewithal behind the attack. There's a moment of confusion and even more hesitance as they realize you're almost imposing yourself between them and they dare not strike each other. Even in a situation like this, the brothers refuse to harm one another.
Use this moment to tie them down or something before I have to put them down.
Karya, another will check.
Yes. Fuck.
Oh
Damn.
no!
Oh no.
Damn.
Okay.
For the plot.
Rather than driving back the shadow, it seems to almost aggravate it. As more seems to, as if trying to compensate and adapt to the effusion of sunlight, the shadow coming out of his orifices billows forth in a renewed gout, trying to cover him, but again being peeled away by the sunlight, but it become more intense and his body twists further. Now, out from underneath the furs and the armor, a second set of arms are peeling off the shoulders. A pair of skeletal, malformed wings, one coming from his right shoulder and one coming from his left lower back, rip out of his flesh and his skin, and his body adopts a sort of lopsided gait to it. Vair isn't much better, as he seems to be growing extra limbs, and there's a cavernous opening peeling open in his chest, as you see something deep purple beating within. I should say, Mark, is there anything you wish to do? Because you've only moved this turn.
Yes, actually. I will not stab someone this time around. Although I will, as a second move action, study Karya.
Okay. Mallory.
Hello. I don't think tying it down will work. It's like making it more limbs on the fly. I genuinely don't know what to do.
Well, I mean, would give a suggestion.
To work on the magic circle.
You could do that. You also, if I remember right, have a daylight spell.
That's true, but that's different from morning sun, where it's actual natural sunlight.
But there's nothing here that's indicated that's the only type of sunlight that works.
Oh, that's true. Well then, down 2, 3, 4, and then I cast daylight onto my halo.
Okay. Pop that into the chat.
Ah, yes. There it is.
Go.
Daylight.
60-foot radius. As Mallory's halo blazes
Holy
with
crap!
daylight, and once more, in a mixture of both divine and alchemical light, the shadows are blasted to the very edges of the room. And Karya and Vair are once more sent flailing. I would like another will check from Karya. As you are, another one has shown up. This one glowing with the sort of flames. This one,
Please.
Not that.
15.
This one is huge. The light and the blaze is so powerful you almost can't see the shape behind it. For a second you see your foster father. You see Orthos all his patient, scheming, blazing glory. As he shines with the kind of light his children could only ever hope emulate. Like before, he barely even regards you. Sneer of disgust upon his face. As that same look of disapproval and disgust that Mallory has is pretty much one-to-one to what Orthos used to show Dakaria. As this time the blast of light seems to trigger something, as some of those limbs and the wings and some of scales and the buildup start to crumble and start to bleed and crack as if a facade made of porcelain was being hammered at. And the shadow doesn't just retreat to the edges of the room, it crawls along the floor, behind the rocks, up through people's shadows cast by the light shown by these two. Eventually, some of it begins to trickle or claw its way up and back into Lair and Karia. You're making progress.
My God. Keep flashbanging me, please.
Test of your reflexes.
We should probably also start working on that magic circle.
Yeah, the thing.
I-
The thing that
I-
will help.
Hopefully
don't
this
think
thing I found works.
I don't think anyone
I
but
got
me gets
this.
that reference, Rami. Quest. I'm sorry.
Unfortunate. How about this? Think fast, Chuckle Nuts. Bang.
Think fast, Chuckle Nuts.
Yep, that works.
I'm glad you got it, though.
Is that a TF2 joke?
Of course, of
No.
course.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, that one, yeah. The one
The
before
second
that-
one, yes.
The second one was. That's a Scout reference. First one is an FF14 joke.
Oh.
Oh. Yeah, we haven't played much of that.
Not in a while. Yes, Holo Holo.
What action does it take to maybe identify what this thing does? This
Uh,
thing that hopefully can help.
If you're going to do a spellcraft, it's going to be a standard action because you need to closely examine this thing.
I have that identify because I'm an elf.
Well, how
I
about
love
that?
how we're just like fighting these two massive shadowy creatures as they're thrashing and hitting us, and we're hitting them with sunlight. And Hala Hala's like, "Oh, what's
Ooh, shiny.
this?"
As the sunlight now
Piece of kinky.
bears the ring in full relief, full visibility, and you're able to inspect it completely. And the sunlight even glints off of it. And to your best estimation, the signet is of some noble house. Either this was, whoever wore this was a vassal of theirs, or was a direct member. The ring itself, from what you can tell, is a ring of protection. As the coat of arms, the sigil also bears a shield with crossed swords behind. Specifically, it is a ring of protection +1.
Okay. Not what I hope, but still useful.
Cool. Fuck.
I mean,
cool.
the person died there. How useful could it have been?
It helped for a while.
Piece of kinky.
And even after it, no matter how good your magic items are, eventually death will catch up.
That is
Indeed.
true.
Indeed. Anyways.
Ring isn't there to stop death; it's there to delay it. So,
Mm.
Holo, you still have a move action.
Yeah, you know, I'll get lined up for something. Yeah, probably about here. Or oh shit. Or yeah, about here. And yeah, I'll end my turn. Also, to
I'm
be
also
fair,
just
there isn't
catch-
much to do.
I'm also just catching up on Chad's like sunshine in the bag. Yes, definitely. You could almost call them a bunch of gorillas with the way they're dancing around. Yes, that sounds like you, Grim. I seem to have missed what happened to the magic chain this lot had happened. The magic chain is still currently attached to Karia's ankle. It gleams in the sunlight and almost seems to solidify in its presence. Yes. You moved to Holo. In that case, it is Chi's turn.
No, it ain't.
He doesn't
I'm
get a
stunned.
turn.
Right, your
Yeah, I'm
son.
dazed.
You're dazed. Vair is... He's suffering in the right leg. The best he can do is try and retreat to the very edges of the cave, but even then, that isn't any sort of solace. As he
Good
seems...
thing I moved.
As there is none of the fearsome monster that emerged, and instead it almost seems to be a scared dog scrabbling at the walls, baying to get out. His mangled wings flapping in an attempt to gain flight that would never bear fruit. Roscoe, for his part, sees a golden opportunity. Takes aim. And misses. As for the first time, bolt whizzes past Vair and cracks against the stone.
Wait, which one of them was Vair?
Yeah, that was against Vair.
That one.
Oh, that one! I thought that
The
was
bigger one.
Karya!
No, that's Karya.
No!
Okay, in case did you miss the art?
I didn't miss the art, I just couldn't tell.
Ah, okay.
Karya's in between. It's hard to tell at first. I'll post it again though, just because it'll stay here forever.
Ah. I'm just so used to Vair just being this small lizard guy.
He's a small lizard guy.
Actually, no, yeah, now I see it. Karya's in the middle. I thought that Karya was in the middle, but I couldn't quite tell if he was facing forward or back. But he's facing forward. He's facing us.
It's facing forward.
Yes.
So yes. Siren. I believe you have gotten over your days. So it's your turn now.
Yes. I have. Siren rubs her eyes, blinks a couple times, and immediately goes to work on disseminating or destroying the circle in the correct order, being careful.
Okay. You will take your full turn to do so. You make your way about a
Yes.
third through destroying the circle.
Okay. And along the way, she'll ask him, anyone, if you can help me, I would greatly appreciate it. I'll aid you in the proper way to do this. Quickly.
Karya. Orthos stands over you, and sorry, in my throat. Orthos, blazing with fire from his mouth, eyes alight. His very dragon fire, like the sun in the sky, searing at your flesh, inescapable. He looms over you, and not even rising to meet you. Still on his belly, four legs crossed over one another. His blazing eyes glare down at you as he grinds through his teeth. No child of mine to succumb to such weakness. Runt or not, you are a dragon. Pale imitation, but you do your kin a disservice. Now wake up!
We'll save.
We'll save.
18. Hey, one better
All
ride.
right.
All right.
Hey!
Once more, the deep characteristics seem to retract as the arms are now folded once more into the sky. They've crumbled to ash, and what was left of the stumps is a cauterized mess. The wings crack, ossify, and fall off like bad blood clots. And strength seems to be leaving Karya's body as, like tears and vomit, the black sloughs off his face, out his mouth, from his eyes, nose, onto the ground. if this were a more humorful moment, you would almost think that this looks like someone after a bad bender bent over on the side of the street. But here, it just looks like a young man effusing a horrible tar from every inch of his face as his mandible works to reseal itself together. But still, there's this, now that his jaw is reforming, it's all the more clear, this look of fear, awe, pain that seems to be permanently written in a rictus scream in his face. Like something is wearing him. And Karya will not be able to take a turn.
Thank God.
Flick.
Yes, Flick will muster himself and he'll head on over to the magic circle and he'll start working on it as well to assist
With Siren's help,
Siren.
you are able to scrub out the
Yes.
second third of it. Mark.
I'm kind of busy right now, as in like in character. I mean, not like out of character. So I really can't move away from my spot. Having said that, I'm going to remove a little rod from my bag. Holo, where are you?
Holo's gonna raise his hand.
Kind of cycle hands over. Right. Catch! And he's gonna toss the sun rod at him.
Do I need to roll anything to catch?
Reflex.
Okay.
You're good at those.
Yeah, I'm actually really good at those. Or really good for this level, yeah.
Yep, you're able to snatch
Potential.
the sun rod out of the air.
It should keep Vayu at bay at least somewhat. Use it if you have to. And,
Okay.
that's my turn.
Why does the shadow man of the party have the most number of bright items?
It's yeah, it's a nice contrast. I'm even a lamplighter investigator. I make fires and lights all along.
Oh,
Yeah.
wow.
Mallory.
And then when you roll a nat 1 on stealth, all of them activate at the same time.
Fall over, activate all your alchemical lights. It's like falling on a backpack full of glow sticks.
Exactly.
I'm like Barry from Alan Wake. If you've ever played that game, probably not.
Just-
No.
No, I
It
remember
becomes a
Alan
living-
Wake. I haven't
Yeah,
thought
yeah,
about
yeah,
that.
There's
it
also
becomes
there's also the second one coming out that got
I
announced.
am so excited for Alan
Yeah.
Wake 2. You cannot believe it. But Barry is like in like the later half of the game. Barry, Alan Wake's manager and best friend, he also gets in on the whole light defeats shadow kind of thing, and he starts wearing like Christmas lights all over his body, like he's like draped, in, and that's Mark.
Nice. Yes, Mallory, what do you do?
Well, 60 feet is 60 feet, and I don't have to concentrate on that. So I'm going to also work on the magic circle.
Okay. As you help finish scrubbing out the circle. The chain which previously wrapped around Arya's leg loses its gloss, and that firmness it had from the sunlight shining on it begins to seep out. It grows dull, and eventually has more the coloration of lead than it does gold, as it loosens and falls from around his ankle. However, the corruption does not stop.
Oh no.
We have free Dobby with nothing to gain.
We have freed Dobby.
God damn it.
Damn it.
Master has socked Dobby in the face. Holla holla.
What's the range of this thing Vark just gave me?
Sunrod?
Yeah, Sunrod.
I think like a normal torch.
30-foot
50
radius.
feet. 30 foot.
Okay. Just want to see. Oh,
I know you didn't mean it, Tubby, but when you said that, my brain went to fucking. I was hiding.
anyways, I'm just gonna shake the. I get the what's essentially a flashlight. I'm gonna point it at.
Mhm.
I'm gonna point it at fire.
Now, one thing I think that should be mentioned about sunrods is they don't actually create sunlight.
Oh.
That one is normal light.
That is normal light. As such, you'll be unsurprised to find that Vair does not react to it.
Uh-oh.
Hollow getting closer and closer to the dragon. This'll work.
Uh-oh.
Now,
The
there is the
dragon-
fact that he is still within the range of the sunlight and is, as such, is still rendered powerless.
Yes. thank
I'm
God.
gonna look at Vair and say you lied to me. Not Vair,
Vark.
Vark, and say you lied to me.
I
You
said,
lied to me.
I said it might help him. Thank you for that smart theory.
Bark, if you want to kill teammates, let's focus on the two at hand.
Chi.
My turn. Well, let's see. I get how much movement now? 30. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Hold on.
You want to make bends in it? Use
Right.
right click.
Right. I'm going to do that because I'm not. I really should think my actions through. Getting melee ranged in next to that is not a good idea. So I'm gonna move here. Please, thank you. Move there.
Light is almost blindingly brilliant at this distance.
Yeah,
So grossly incandescent.
that's fine. That's fine.
Well, it's a nice change
I-
from the gloom that you guys have had to trudge through all the way through this troglodyte lair.
You're welcome. I'm a change of scenery.
We're all getting a nice tan.
I'm gonna get the creature, and is it safe to assume I figured this out? Figured this is Karya. safe to
Given the
assume I
given the
can
vague
figure-
shape, yes, that would be a fair assumption.
And the magic circle is now gone too. Yes. I think you
Yes.
last turn. All right. Well, at this point, I'm just gonna. And is he bloody? Is he bloody at all?
Enough. Actually, really funny. No one has hit Karya. He isn't still full health. No one has hurt him.
That's what happens when our tank turns row. We can't hit him.
Well, no, the thing
Wow.
is,
Oh,
Flick
he did actually get one hit on him.
Actually, that's true. Yeah. How much was that? Because I forgot
It
to
was
mark.
6.
That was
That
6
was
damage.
6.
So
Wow.
he's at 28.
Quick question. Shield Other is still on Karya.
Yeah, Shield Other is still on me.
Oh.
I don't think you dropped that.
Oh yeah.
Oh.
Yeah,
Uh,
there
okay,
would
so
have
that
been
would-
there would have
yeah,
been a
that would
small
have-
wound open up on Siren's side.
Yeah, things kind of got away, and I kind of got busy with the circle. and
I
everything
started
and that.
panicking so much.
I'm gonna say Siren forgot that she had put that on him, so she also sustains that damage. But it's 3 points of damage.
Whoops.
But yeah,
Sting.
Whoopsie, sorry.
it's
Great.
okay.
That's
Trying to clean it up. Oh my god, oh my god. Ow! Why am I bleeding? Clean it up, clean it up.
Oh, well,
You just need to make the range touch attack
and then
because you rolled the damage, but you haven't rolled the attack.
it's a D20, right?
D20 plus your
Good
dex.
so I remember it. Plus dex. So D20
That'll hit.
plus Dex. That's 25.
Yeah, that
Or
does
15 is
add.
my 15. 15.
Because
wait.
yeah, touch
15,
touch
15.
AC.
Yeah, my touch AC is 14, so it must be lower right now. That's
No,
good.
because that's a D20 without his dex added.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay,
so
that makes sense.
Dex is that's a plus 3 with my Dex. So.
Elemental Ray
16.
doesn't. It's weird that Elemental Ray doesn't let you roll the attack roll.
Because
I think it's
had
because
to
it's
put it
set up.
Mm.
Yeah, no, because I put it in manually, so I don't know how to do the rest of it.
Do it.
Yes.
So- I'm just gonna zap him and say, "Wake up!"
Zap.
That's a total of 6
Okay.
damage as a result of your level, correct? So
1 damage plus 2 sork, so
yes,
I
plus
rolled a
1.
5, so plus 2 actually, a little 4, so that's 6. That's 7.
Right, yeah, because you're level 4 now. So that is 7
That's
damage.
7
That's 4 to Karya, 3 to Seren.
Wake up! Don't have time for this.
It was zapped.
As Karya, in your vision, you're being driven back by your siblings, cowed, and also your father looming above you as your siblings, cruel as ever, take advantage of this browbeating your father is giving you to drive you into a corner, prod you, shock, burn, stab, slice you, until you are subdued. Give me another will save.
Please, 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 7.
Nothing changes. Vair, for his part, is continuing to try and find a way out. Sees the hole in the ceiling and begins trying to scrabble at it, but makes no progress up the wall. Roscoe takes a deep breath. Loses a shot. Alright, can I have another will save?
No, apparently not. God, I can't
Oh, dear.
roll.
God damn it.
I'll allow you to make one more. Because
Please,
Roscoe is rolling
game.
hot tonight.
23.
Yes.
Thank you.
Finally.
Roscoe gave you a second roll because he crit. Again.
Ow.
Wow.
Roscoe, my beloved.
He doesn't
Yo,
even have any
can I-
critical
yo.
feats.
Can I have him? I
As
think I might have found my cohort.
yeah, right. Karya, your siblings again are gathering around. They're kicking you and shocking and burning you with magic and prodding you with spears, tormenting you as you are driven down from your rebellious stand against them. And from behind the back line, you see your youngest sister, half-sister, the huntress of the group, another one who wasn't there. Her face shadowed, one gleaming red eye visible from behind a bowstring, as there's a glint, a show of ignition. The arrowhead catches light, whether as a result of Orthos' presence or by some quirk of enchantment or magic. The arrow burns with a brilliant light that catches you in the throat. And you stand there, head snapped back. As I just remembered, crossbow's triple on a crit.
Oh,
Ouch.
They have a
Holy
they roll a crit on a 20, but they triple. That's their upside compared to bows. The arrow catches you in the throat, and your head snaps back from the recoil. And you freeze there, feeling like you're going to tip over. Take 18 points of piercing damage.
Ouch.
As you all
Wait,
watch.
isn't that half?
Yes, as 9 of that goes to Siren.
And Siren is unconscious.
Siren went
Shit.
down.
As
Damn.
it's unfortunate. Siren,
Congratulations.
Siren, you feel a
And at this point, the shield other would have.
yes, it would dispel. As Siren, you feel a swift stabbing pain in your throat, sympathy with the arrow the bolt you see catch Karya and his. As your consciousness leaves you, how much HP are you at?
Exactly 0. I had 9 left.
Okay, because you're at exactly 0, you're not actually bleeding out. Simply,
Oh,
you're not even unconscious. Actually, you are instead
Really?
of disabled.
Downed.
So you are now rendered. You are basically staggered until you can get above 0 HP, which means you only have a move or a standard action. The next standard action you
I
take
see.
causes you to take 1 damage. Depending on what you do, that will knock you. As
Okay.
you fall to your back, clutching at your throat, as you see Karya do very much the same. It's almost a mirror of his action. As the hand comes up, grips the bolt, his head snaps back, and the last of the shadow retreats back in through his eyes, his ears, his mouth, his nose, into his body. His eyes regain focus. The pupils are no longer occluded by that milky whiteness that dominated them before. His limbs finally go back to a sensible, understandable proportion. And then Karya, you're back in that cave. Vair, well, Holo, you see Vair as he, in reaction to this, begins to slow in his scratching, and then eventually, almost languidly, lay down, close his eyes, and begin to shrink. Karya, you fall to your back, crossbow bolt lodged in your throat, as you are surrounded by your friends and allies, and you see a grievously wounded Siren on the ground next to you, fingers fresh with dirt and blood from where she was scratching the runes on the floor. Karya and Vair come to their senses.
Does Vair look like he's about to fall in that hole, by the way? Or like
No,
get
he
pushed
just kind
into-
of slumped over.
Okay.
Bring Vair back.
Yeah, I gotta pull us out.
Also, I just
Nope,
realized
nope, you're
Karya
good.
just.
You're good. I've still got the tokens here.
Why is there another Karya over there?
Oh,
What?
oh no. Ignore me.
There's 2. Why is there 2?
Both.
I'm
This-
you, but
this is-
evil. No.
Getting out
Now,
of hand.
now
there are 2
Karya's
of them.
mustachioed twin appears. Yes, with that, Karya and Vair are pulled back from the brink.
Ah! So I,
Looks
I
got-
will.
I have a throat in my neck. I have an arrow in my throat.
Looks like side.
A question. From the previous sessions, Quest, since you were the one controlling Siren, how many more uses of the channel
Empty.
energy would I have? Or is it out?
It's out.
I see.
You do still
So
No,
have
it's turn.
your cure spells, though.
No, yes, I was going to do that.
Also,
I am going
Grim,
to use up the
Grim,
slot that I have on sleep to use instead for cure light wounds and hit
Okay,
myself with that.
Grim also redeemed a self-care.
Oh, good. Thank you,
Oh,
Grim.
nice. That's what I need
Thanks,
right now.
Grim.
Roscoe, stop shooting.
Can I actually go up and get Roscoe? Or like help him get down at least?
You could. As I
Okay.
will kill that music.
I would like to rip out the arrow from Karya's throat.
No elegance?
Please do.
Okay. Sure. You grip it and you pull. As Karya, you will, due to this being done with 0 elegance, receive 2 points of damage as blood
Funny
flies forth.
Funny enough, I'm bloodied. There we go.
Oh.
Yeah. As a fresh squirt of blood issues forth from your neck as Mallory leans down and then yanks the bolt out of your throat.
Panic. Punch.
You awake now?
Easy, easy. Oh,
My veins were on fire.
Well, it's over now. It's over.
Welcome back to the land of the living. I'm glad we didn't have to kill you.
Harry, I say this with the purest amount of respect. You gave me a hell of a wallop with that glaive of yours.
I'm sorry. What? Where's Vayer?
He's over there.
What happened?
We should perhaps explain later. There are several people in the
Ugh.
proceeding
Yes.
chamber that are about to be
Yeah.
attacked by whatever just went in there. We should hurry.
Oh.
If Flick will start kind of limping his way in that direction, saying, "Yeah, we better be quick before they're
Much,
absolutely
much the same. Vayer
overrun,
limps his
I
way
guess.
over to Karya and kind of almost nuzzling up against his side makes to support Karya as if to act like a crutch as the still semi-shredded wing wraps itself around Karya's other side as almost in a shameful whisper Vayer speaks and says, I failed.
No, brother, we failed.
I was protecting you. Thing needs to die.
Kill it now. Let's go.
Are we running after?
Yes.
Yes.
As
Alright.
yes."
Roscoe likewise
Yeah,
supported, or Roscoe likewise supported by Hollow. Hollow will be actually missing a leg, will limp his way over towards the exit.
I was gonna ask, even though it's gonna sound kind of silly, is there a way I could just sort of do like a makeshift peg leg and like take either like a leftover weapon, a bone or something, or like a stalactite or stalagmite,
Almost like
broken waffle.
almost like a stilt or something.
Yeah, and then
fasten
attach it.
Fasten it to his leg. Rough. You have rope on you?
Yeah, remember whenever
I have to say.
Right. Yeah.
my makeshift surgery?
Right.
I guess you could.
You have rope
Make-
on you? Yes.
Make me a use rope check, even if you're not trained in it. Still do.
What do I roll for that?
Skill.
Essentially, I didn't even.
Oh no,
I
they
don't-
got rid of use rope, right?
Use rope.
Use rope
forgot
was
that.
a skill.
I was like, huh?
Yeah, use rope was a skill back in 3.5 that allowed you to tie knots and rope good. It was actually quite useful in the right situations. In others, it was completely useless. It's what determined how well you tied knots and whether or not the rope you anchored give out on you when you're trying to climb up it and escape. Give me a medicine.
I was like, could I
heal.
argue like a heal check?
Heal check.
Yeah,
Heal check.
could
You're basically making a kit bash prosthetic out of a bone and
Yeah.
you take a femur, ironically enough. The biggest,
a fort.
It'll do for now. It'll give him some support, but he's still going to need your help walking. As
Okay,
you lash
yeah.
a femur to his leg, and it's not supporting in the right angle that it should, but to put up against his stump where the support is most needed would aggravate his wound, so you do as best you can.
Okay. Yeah, I will help him.
All right, let's fucking go.
Yeah, you guys are gonna really what you see here.
No, we're not.
No,
No,
you guys,
no,
you're
we're not.
right.
It's
You
about
absolutely
to be
won't.
fucking brutal.
Let's see. Yeah.
Oh. Oh no, the Den Warren.
Oh, Karia has not Karia. Mallory has head out.
Oh,
Yeah.
right. Take care. Take care, Sully. Thank you for being here.
Take
And,
care.
Yeah.
Thanks for
Have a good one.
grinning and bearing through this rather intense session. I promise it's not going to be this bad for a while after this. You will have a break from this. Oh, and
So
also
someone knocks me
Frey.
unconscious again.
Yeah, and Frey, thank you for taking that with great grace.
Oh no, that was wonderful. You have to understand. We specifically built this into Karia and
Mhm.
Vair that if either one of them goes down and unconscious, this could happen. So,
Oh shit!
Yeah.
yeah.
Of all the people who, of all the campaign traits people chose, and that we made together, he took the one with the heftiest drawback, and that was partially in compensation for how powerful his template is,
Yeah.
but also because, let's be fair, we both have a flair for the melodramatic.
Yeah, absolutely. It's super dramatic.
Looks to Genesis.
Oh no, my people.
Yeah.
Oh.
Oh god.
As you guys make your way up, the prisoner area is empty. The shackles are not smashed, but they are open. The bodies that were already there have been left alone. Though you notice some of them have had pieces pulled off. Possibly a snack for the road. Making your way through the priest's area, you see that this henge has been smashed. You see that the tent has been ripped open, things have been tossed around. The priests and their familiars have been torn apart. Could I get a perception from some of you?
Sure.
Want
Sure,
to have a look around while you guys are limping your way out of it.
Where am I?
Oh my god. Okay.
Oh my god! So many
Nice.
nat 20s
Yeah,
going
really
on.
needed that nat 20 a little earlier. No, I'm kidding.
Oh.
Jesus.
So,
Uh,
Haria, you're a little bit preoccupied with feeling like your soul just got half ripped out. Lick, Vark, and Siren notice well enough. Well, let's say Siren, you notice that, in particular, these troglodytes, you guys can begin moving slowly, I should say, if you wish. These troglodytes have pieces pulled off them, like the adventurers' bodies over there, but they're smaller or more exact in a way. There are bites and claw marks here. Vark, Flick, and Flick in particular notice that. In particular, notice that you remember these priests wearing paraphernalia, accessories, armbands, rings, necklaces, and there's very conspicuous signs of those pieces of their bodies that wore those being torn away. They're still wearing some of their things, and so they still have some of their belongings on them. But in particular, your humble host from before seems to have seems to have a particular liking for things like rings and necklaces, as he has torn them off of the dead priests.
Big bastard's taking his lion's share of their things, I see.
How do I add my token to the sheet? How do I add my token?
Right, yes, I did. For some reason, there. As you walk through, and there are corpses everywhere. The monster has carved a path, a bloody rent through the tribe's home. And mostly just gore. Like I said before, there are items scattered about. Some of the bodies still have some of their belongings, but he seems to have gone for what was quick and easy to pull off. It's way out.
Can I stay back and start? I don't want to say looting, but just
Looting.
essentially seeing what.
Just
I
say
want to see
looting.
what was left.
Just say looting.
I want to see what's left.
Okay. On those bodies, they've been picked clean. That much you knew from the first time you came through. Those were the Troglodytes prisoners. They would not have left them with a magical item. Or any decent items of any worth, really.
Alright.
As for the Troglodyte priests, they have some things on them. Some of them are wearing what look to be armbands or bracers. One looks to be wearing a cloak of some sort. And all of them have these little clay pots attached to their belts to each.
Hey, look at those clay pots.
Do you speak Draconic?
Nope.
Okay. Well, there's something scribbled on the side in what looks to be some sort of red ink.
If Shaka points it out, Holo can read it.
Hey,
Sarah can as well.
anyone see
Or anyone in general.
anyone who isn't?
Yeah, essentially.
Yeah, literally
Yeah.
everyone else speaks Draconic, I think, at this point, except you and Flick.
Yeah.
Anyone speak Draconic? I think this might be
So-
Draconic.
It's the Troglodyte dialect of Draconic. It takes a bit of puzzling out, but you definitely recognize the character for Basilisk.
I will attempt to discern what is written.
Can I get a linguistics roll from you?
Fuck.
Yeah, no, the best you can make out is Basilisk. And that's about it.
Ah, shit.
It, holding the clay pot, you feel it slosh with some sort of liquid.
Yeah, it's. This particular dialect of Draconic is difficult for me to make out, but it's something basilisk. So something relating to that. Actually, can I attempt to tip, like, maybe make like a little tiny hole in the ground, and then try to tip over just a little bit of the liquid to see what it is, what color it has?
Sure. Open it up. You take off what's sort of like a waxy leatherish sealing cloth that is tied in place with twine, sinew, or something of that kind. Pour a bit of it onto the ground, and it's a deep crimson red with specks of green.
Mm-hmm.
Looks exactly
I'm
like the blood you smeared on Mallory.
Yeah. So Siren says, I'm going to go out on a limb and say that this is probably Basilisk's blood.
Specifically, there's the telltale bits of green in it, which look like bits of herbs.
And from what I remember, in order to undo the Basilisk's petrification, you have to use the blood from that basilisk, specifically the one that caused
Yes.
the petrification, yes?
Probably just siphoning it, yeah.
Yeah. Mm.
This could have been a backup plan in case he accidentally petrified people.
Yeah.
It is an alchemical item, so it is possibly something to inspect later. That would take time, though.
I was about to ask, can I like see if there's any alchemical use for it?
Sure. I mean, if Siren hands you the pot, you can have a look at it. What you're going to be doing for a little bit, though.
I will hand
Yeah,
him
just-
the pot.
hold the pot towards me, because I'm currently lifting up a injured man.
Yeah.
I can take the injured man if you'd like to observe the pot.
Yep. Handing off
Right.
Roscoe. You take the pot in hand and you even like dip your finger in it, sample it a little bit. You recognize the taste of some herbs you use often. Herbs that are used for altering the effects of a chemical, and also for preservation. So this is some sort of preserve of blood.
Huh.
But also, given the herbs included as well, it may or may not have been that whoever was behind this mixture was able to find a way to make it more general use.
Oh. Huh.
So, the troglodytes here may or may not have inadvertently created a universal, specifically basilisk, petrification cure that keeps.
Oh.
Interesting.
Yeah, shame we can't ask them for the recipe anymore.
Well, I mean, you've got plenty of samples here. Could potentially reverse engineer it. And there's definitely
true.
a market for something like that among adventurers.
Could I? Nah, I probably don't have them on me right now. I was gonna say, can I put just all this into like a few vials or something like that? But
Not vials, no.
if-
These are like proper clay pots. That's a lot of stuff.
Yeah, I definitely want to continue checking stuff out. Mainly, need to find if anyone's alive.
But
Yeah,
before we continue, I'm gonna look over to Roscoe and say, though this seems to be very unfortunate considering your leg, but I do feel like this could work as a reasonable excuse to the vampire that hired us as to why you weren't able to pay him back.
Oh, right, yeah. Freaking Stanislav.
Because right now you helped us, so I have more respect for you than that vampire.
Stanislav ain't such a bad guy. Just very money-minded. He gave me a loan
This-
when all the other vampires wouldn't dare. As he continues to hobble. Give the guy a chance. He's not so bad. I will say, though, when it comes to him, let me handle that. That could definitely work as a bargaining chip. But give me a chance. Hell, the fact that I'm alive and all of this, we even have a shred of proof of all this, I think he'll be willing to at least listen and hear me out.
I mean, the proof is all there. I'm gonna point to his leg that's gone.
Yeah. So, I'm gonna, he says as he continues hobbling, using the wall as some support. It wouldn't be the first time that somebody in, thank you, young lady. You almost remind me of my daughter. So, got more burden you than you do tree. But yeah, as he continues hobbling, it's like, what was he saying? Damn, what was it? Yeah, it wouldn't be the first time that somebody lopped off a limb to try and get out of repaying some of the vampire families. But I got a good reputation, and it's that at the very least. God's corpses stink. As he's making his way through. Considering you were looking around for potential belongings on people, just in the area. In that tent, you would have seen scattered around more of those little stone slabs. I think they're about the length of your forefinger, about twice as wide. They have little etchings on them. Those are the stone scrolls they were using.
Are they still active? I doubt it.
From what you can tell, yes, they're still usable. A scroll
How many
typically,
of them
when used, the text disappears off of it.
Oh. So can I just kind of nab these?
Yeah, absolutely. You can slip them into your pocket.
How many? How many?
3.
Tablets. All right.
You want me to look at those for you?
Yes. We can look. Yes, but let's get out of here first.
Look, yeah, guys, grab what you can get. Then we'll get out of here once we're back to the village. you can sort through your loot. Right now, though,
Yeah.
we gotta check for survivors. Grab some shit.
Yeah.
Grab whatever's worth taking. We're probably not coming back here. At the very least, if I can help it, I am never setting foot in this place again.
I don't
That
blame you.
is a fair point, good sir.
I don't think we really have to do
I suppose when we get out there, I'll make a general call of just survivors to me.
Yeah, Vark has crossed the water.
Yeah, I was gonna ask, are we gonna have to make checks again to get across that fucking thing, or has it died down or something?
God.
Has debris?
I'm going
water?
to give you guys a gimme and say that with all of three, like all 7 of you, as well as Roscoe, all kind of working together, and if you link hands, you'll be able to avoid having to. You'll still have to wade through the water, but you'll be able to avoid slipping away.
Good.
As we're walking as well, I'd like to turn to Roscoe as I'm helping him walk and say, for those that weren't so fortunate to survive, should we just inform the people of your village to come back here and retrieve them for proper burial?
Very much like that. Going to take some work,
Yes.
and by the time we get back, the bodies are probably going to be very little left. But at the very least, we can give them a proper burying and proper rites. I made sure to
That's
at
what I was
least
looking-
make a mental note of each of the people that passed away. He says as he pulls himself through this gap here.
That's why I was looking for items that we could potentially use as mementos instead.
I think the
To
families.
not loot.
I think they'll very much appreciate that. Thank you, both of you.
Yeah, I wasn't trying to loot for a reason.
You should have made that clear. He's like, he points that way through here. Says, boxes from raided caravans. We'll probably definitely want to come back for that as well. We're going to need those supplies. Also, probably want to check the chief's tent for anything worth it. He kept a nice hoard of shit.
I'll go.
Where's the chief's tent again? Oh wait, it's the town.
Chika
farm, right?
immediately goes to the loot.
I'm not
I'll
looting.
go. Hey, I'm not looting the people.
Hmm.
I was looking for mementos to carry.
That's my tent.
You went crazy.
Also, Kari,
You're
you
the
are,
one who caused it in the first place, but we'll get to that.
But also, Kari,
Fine, we will.
Yes.
also, Kari, you are currently limping and not exactly in the shape to run ahead.
Yeah, that's true. But I will make that clear that this is mine.
His dragon
We'll
instincts coming
get
up.
you that.
My horde.
Dragon instincts
You're
coming
the
up.
one who
He's like,
couldn't
get the
swim."
fuck away from my loot. Nah.
My loot. Where are my survivors?
Siren is going to pinch Karya's ear and say, "Now is not the time for greed. Excuse you.
The tempted head.
Try
That
it."
being said, where'd you say those crates were again from the raid
Well,
caravans?
So here, anywhere you see boxes and barrels.
Okay.
Prying those open. It's just like back in the common area. They're filled with all kinds of stolen goods, rations, silverware, art. There's building materials. There's tools. There's there's billets of iron and just everything you could need to.
Fucking diamond gold chain. No
Yeah.
kidding.
Yes, it's in the shape of a water hourglass. It's it belonged to a little known bard known as Frava Frave.
Oh my god. I knew it. I knew I'd make a good joke.
I have.
Yeah.
I have.
Don't
I
call
have
it
this latest
comeback.
single. I have this latest single.
I was curious though, Quest.
Mhm.
At my call for the survivors to come to me, does anyone arrive?
Actually, as you do that with Vark across the water, Vark, you hear stirrings off to your right. As
Yeah.
The Lord Mother.
Brood mother.
as the you come around, and
That's what I figured.
hold up with
I
the
figured-
they all peek around the corner and go, "Oh, thank the gods you're alive." as they all kind of creep out. There's more. You see, there's just like packed with troglodytes back there, and at the forefront, standing over the hatchlings and the eggs, is one bloodied-looking Warren guard. As you see, there, like the left half of her lips is missing. There's heavy claw marks across one eye. One arm is hanging on by tendons. Her fist is Her fist is clenched around a mangled, what you recognize as being one of the vestigial arms that sprouted off the creature. It still drips with inky blood. As she's standing there, still at the vigil, snarling, breathing deeply, sees you round the corner, and immediately is back in her fighting stance. And then she recognizes you. You see that flash of anger in her eye before she then backs off, and the others, they come racing around the corner, basically.
That's a good fucking mom.
As she then slowly lowers herself, tosses the arm to the side here next to a pile of shattered eggs. Or at least hatched eggs, not shattered. You would know from coming through here, those were hatched. As she just kind of lowers herself into a squat and sort of picks at the wound on her arm and her face to try and clear anything out of it. Though she doesn't take her eyes off of you.
Varg, for his matter, stares for a good long moment, just taking the fact that they're still there in, and he realizes he's holding his breath, and he lets go, just visibly deflates. And as he looks down at his body, he notices his hands are shaking. I'm glad you're well.
Oh, the goblin for his part is like, so, same here, man. You guys were our ticket out of here. I don't know what we would have done if you'd kecked it. Oh. The rest are making their way through, and they're like, how are the rest? And they then see Karia and Vair looking not so good for wear.
We are getting by. We're mustering to leave this place.
Well, it's about fucking time. You got a way out of here?
We're working on that. We know how it will require a ship or something similar that floats, however.
I doubt they're in any state to climb up the rope we descended down.
Yeah.
The elf actually says, well, I noticed you guys had a rope strung up in the kitchen when I passed it by, looking for literally anything we could chuck at the thing by chance. Scary motherfucker. If we could get some of you guys up the rope, well, hell, I'll do it. I've still got some strength in me. All we need to do for the weaker ones is have them grab onto the rope, and we can pull them up.
Smart. That is possible, yes. We can do that.
Better than trying to cobble together a raft and having it break apart on us. Plus, that would take forever, and we only have so much time.
I do have a question, Ram. Or quest.
Go for it.
The gateway here with the symbol, I recall, was that... It wasn't like a portal, it was... refresh me with what this was, because was it smashed?
This was a spell. The symbol, the priest described it as the symbol being a glyph spell kind of thing that caused the winter in this region.
Right.
Yeah. You guys never actually stopped to fully inspect or try and decipher the symbol.
Yeah, we didn't get much of a chance because we rushed down to save them. We may...
Yep.
I will kind of turn to the others and go, wait. Before we hastily retreat, there's the matter of the winter in the... Oh.
As the Dryad put it, the long dark.
The long dark, as they put it, Before their demise, the priests told us that was something to do with it. If we're to return, we should at least study that before we leave this place.
Chi, rifling through the tent, you discover, looking through the priests and looking through their looking through the tent, you find the following. The priests, one of the dead priests you find what looks to be a set of bracers, more of that blood preserve. On the body of the chief priest, Spirit Father, you find what looks to be a head wreath of some sort made of animal leather, strings of bone, and what looks to be some sort of gem, possibly a sapphire of some shade, set into the mouth of some sort of small skull. Headband of some sort. And each of the priests on their bodies, or on their arms actually, also have gauntlets made of leather and flint that are spiked and shine with an obvious magic.
Alright. So essentially I'm gonna try and take everything that I can.
Okay.
Going for the wreath, the bracers and gauntlets.
Okay. That's
4
4 sets of spiked gauntlets.
So gauntlets, hold on. 4.
The circlet
Alright.
as well, right? I don't recall.
Yeah, he did say he was taking that.
I put them all. As you were listening to them, I put them in my inventory just so I could.
Okay. And one
manage it.
cloak.
There's a cloak.
Yes. A cloak, a wreath, 4 spiked gauntlets, and a set of bracers.
Bracers. All right.
And
So,
for
and
each
then
priest
blood-
as well,
some blood preserved.
yes, 4 pots of blood preserve.
All right.
And lastly,
Yep.
in the priest tent, besides various knickknacks, stolen treasures, and what you're pretty sure is a whetstone, but that has traces of keratin on it. You're pretty sure he was using it to sharpen his teeth. Next to that is what looks to be a pot of some sort of thick woad.
No idea what that is. But
It's a thick
Oh.
blue sticky substance.
Okay. So for the sake of it, can I essentially turn that cloak into a knapsack? Just,
Yeah, you could. You could use that to carry all this
Like-
off.
Yeah. Just put lay the cloak flat on the ground, put everything I can into it. and
Yeah, just
kind
make a
of
bindle
wrap
out
the
of it.
corners around. Yep. Just hoist it over my shoulder.
Big Rock Candy Mountain. As you bind all this stuff up, and you've got your what do you call it? You've got your little bindle full of loot. As you drag it back, that's everything that you could potentially carry that's of worth here. Everything else is going to take work to get out.
More. Yeah.
It's boxes of just general use stuff. All very much worth something, just not feasible to take out a hole in the roof or even float down the river.
Yeah, not now.
Not now. You could potentially send people from the village back here to retrieve it.
It's true. Did you find anything of worth in my tent?
Yes, I have it in this bundle. Nothing's been removed. We can look
Yeah.
after it after.
Technically, the only thing of worth you took with you is that pot of sticky blue stuff.
That is true.
Yes.
Actually, with seeing Chico pop out, I'll go. The cure to whatever your dryad may be going through and suffering may be inside of that priest's tent. Check the markings. I'm not quite familiar, but I'm quite sure that you, Vark, and Siren would be able to figure something out between the three of you.
Well, if
He,
it was something.
Roscoe shakes his head and says, "What Vasha's going through isn't the thing they did to her."
Vashna.
Vashna, my
Is that
wife.
her name? What?
Oh.
Oh, you're
I'm
married to the dryad.
sorry. Your
It's a
wife
long
is
story.
Dryad.
Yes, it's a long story. I'll tell you about it when
Yes.
we get home over a round of watered down ale. For
You sly
short
dog.
story. I met her a long time ago. Came back with the people, founded a village, reintroduced my daughter to her quote homeland, and then everything went to shit.
Well, if it's your village, then.
Okay.
And your wife.
And your
Well,
wife.
what she's been going through. Well, a while back, I met her. That was when the winter was receded for a bit. We had a tryst. We had a daughter. She bet I'd take her far away. As he continues to hobble. You really need to get the fuck out of here. She asked me to take her as far away as possible so she wouldn't have to withstand the brutal winters. I did. I also promised her that one day I'd find a solution. Because the cold slowly has been killing her, and when I came back 20 years later, she was a husk of what she once was. At least before, she was withstanding the winter. Now, she's barely alive because those fucking animals, sorry, were using her as a glorified doorway. And they used that
Well,
rock you described to me as something like
pull
a
out my
doorstop.
pocket.
Yeah, that thing. They used it like a doorstop. And every single time they kicked open the door, it was like a kick to the heart and the soul. Best I can think. But whatever, if she's going to get better, and God do I hope she does, it's going to be with some rest now that all this is finished. Hopefully, we just have to hope the cold doesn't finish her off.
Well,
In my homeland, we treat dryads with very much respect.
Your
I
homeland has
do-
the right of it then.
I'll do whatever is in my power to make sure she goes well. If not for the goodness of being a person, but also out of respect of what she is.
It gives you a sort of a praising up and down. For a second, you feel as if you're being looked up and down, not by a soldier appraising you, but like your dad is looking at you again. It's that particular
no.
kind of up and down as he then nods and says, "Thank you, young lady. Not sure how much you can do, but every little bit helps."
I appreciate it, but don't try not to stare too much. Bring back some unwanted feelings.
Right. Right, well,
that reminds me.
speaking of unwanted feelings, through the icy water I go. This is gonna suck. At least it's gonna be, my plants are gonna be
Rest
cleaner
ass-
after this.
Rest
Fuck!
assured, rest assured, sir. By the end of this, you will not only have a you will not only have a well, I want to say a better conditioned wife, but you also have a monster kill under your belt to parade around all your friends and colleagues.
Yeah, bit by bit though. Let's get out of here first. As the
Before
group
we-
sees Roscoe being like hobbling through, as they all cheer and rush to, like the five of them, very weakly in their various states of dishevelment, gather around him and hug him, and celebrate him coming out alive.
As for the troglodytes, oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, they're gonna.
You
we'll,
keep
Be
clipping to the
patient!
walls.
Yeah, the elf himself says, right, ropes this way. You guys finish up what you gotta do here. We'll get ready to make the exit. Once you're ready, make your way over that bridge and move it over so that we can make the switch. We're not gonna be leaving without
Yes. That would be the smart plan, to move the bridge. Looks at Chico,
you.
looks back.
We'll get to that later! She's very angry.
Before Roscoe leaves,
Mhm.
Karya's kind of gonna stagger forward and go, "So you founded the town, yes?"
Yeah, that was me. I was the
Then
one
I
that went to
have a request.
Stanislav with the loan.
Oh, I understand. Then I have a request.
What is it? You've done me a massive favor here today.
Well, these troglodytes no longer serve their former master, and prior to us coming to your aid, I ended up taking control. These are my people, at least. That's how I see it, and I don't intend them to continue harming yours, but I don't feel it's safe for them, and for those who do survive, I would like them to have a home.
Roscoe, there's a look of trouble across his face as he then casts his eye downwards. He casts his eyes downwards. Heaves a deep sigh and says, "Kid, that's a tall. You know that.
I know it is.
My resentments aside, you're asking the whole village to welcome who in their eyes have been the people that have been harrying them for months.
I am aware.
You understand, if you want to make this work, it's going to take a hell of a lot of work, and you've got to make sure those things are civilized.
If a single one of them steps out of line, I will cut them down myself. But were it not for the guard of these eggs, those people would not have lived.
I've been here long enough that I know the reason behind that. That doesn't change the fact that she saved what was basically my family in the pursuit of protecting her own. So yes, you've done me a massive favor, and that is the only reason I am entertaining this. Because if there's even a shred of a chance of this working, hand this over, but even a shred of a chance of this working, I would hope it would be you guys that could make it work.
I believe we can.
Do you think so?
I appreciate
You guys have made the impossible happen today. I never thought I was going to get out of there alive. Hell, I never thought I'd see my friends and my family again. Or my wife or my daughter, who I cannot wait the fuck to get back to. But this, I'm going to worry about seeing to my people, and I will do my best to help smooth things over and hopefully they'll listen to me. But this, if these really are your people, this is on you. You are the one who has to make this work. If you're going to be a leader, then you're going to have to really step up. And I can tell you right now from experience, it is not an easy thing. It takes more than just intimidation and cowing people and killing the bad ones. Believe me, I learned that the hard way. But if you really want to make this work, then I'll help you. Do what I can, and hell, if you want me to, give you some advice along the way. Spent long enough herding proverbial cats into a village far north away from civilization, so I can help. Just kind of gives a sort of, I guess so, gesture with his free hand that's not braced against the wall. Just... That's my favorite to you, though. After this, we're square. After this, it's no longer going to be, I owe you my life. You guys are going to be guests in our town. You and your citizens are going to have to make sure you conduct yourselves as such. Otherwise, I don't know if I'm going to be able to hold my people back. Got my word that I will help.
No.
My expectations aren't necessarily the highest, but I'll give it a damn good try.
I can't fault you for that. Their previous leader, well, had them set in their ways, but there is good in them. At least I believe that there is, and I will take any advice that I can get, and with hope, if my dreams are to become reality, and I can find what I was looking for, well, perhaps we'll find a better place for both of our peoples in the end, but I will heed your wisdom, and thank you.
Right then.
Oh.
I'll leave you to that. When you guys are ready, let's get the hell out of here.
Let's go.
I don't know. Ooh.
Oh god, we all got yanked.
Nope, that wasn't.
I was
I
gonna-
just shifted the map by accident.
Oh, okay.
Squeeze over, and I'm gonna follow Karia. I'm gonna see the war mode and go, ooh.
Yeah,
Fish out from.
she is fucked up.
I'm
Yeah.
gonna fish out from one of my pockets. I have one bottle of a healing potion from Old Hollow.
She's sort of down in a squat, her good arm resting across one knee, the bad one hanging down by her side.
Excuse me, Karya. I think he needs this bad.
I would agree.
I'm sort of,
Her hackles go up as you approach.
you know how I want to describe this. I have the potion in one hand, like I'm holding it outwards. I'm looking away, and very slowly approaching.
So, like approaching an aggressive dog with food in hand.
Yes. I'm gonna say something. I don't know if you'll hear me. I don't know if you understand common, but please drink this. It'll help you a bit.
Okay.
I reach out the potion. I'm really stretching to get as close as I can while keeping my body away.
Flurry of blows. No, I'm kidding.
Savage
Wanna be the
pugilist.
first time.
Kari, you watch as the broodmother gets, like, even through her destroyed lips on one side, you can see the teeth beginning to bare, the flaps of skin trembling with a exhale as the good hand's fist tightens. Then the potion is proffered. And there's a tense moment where you swear through what experience you have in battle, you can almost imagine the arc of the fist as the Warren Guard snaps into a standing position, fist coming up in an uppercut that then shatters Chi's jaw. But that doesn't come to pass. You can swear you can see the arc in motion, or you can at least imagine it with the way that she's hunched down, ready to spring forth. And then the Warren Guard extends one long arm slowly, and then takes the vial in 3 fingers, carefully eyeing Chi, and then occasionally flicking her eye towards you. She brings it up to her one good eye, and there is recognition. She seems to know what a health potion is. She bites the cork, spits it onto the ground, and then tosses it back. The tendons in the arm partially reattach. The lips begin to heal back with bits of the flapping dead skin falling off. She stands a little bit straighter, and the bleeding finally clots. And she drops the vial onto the ground. And with a little hiss of frustration, this one thanks you. Did
Was
not
that
need to
common
offer.
or draconic?
That was draconic.
Alright.
I'll translate. Gee, it's
If
thankful.
you can say this back to her, I get it. The whole protecting thing. It's I don't know how to say this. She's contemplating what she wants to say. People need a role model, and judging by you, you are one. They need you. And then she tosses her hand and goes, I don't know, I'm not good at this.
I'm not good at it. Yeah,
She gets a
it's-
strange look from the Warren Guard as she just kind of throws up her arms and goes.
Kara will translate and with a similar sentiment and go, she thanks you for what you've done today, and
She is a strange one. She smells of wet rodent.
yes, she cannot swim. Has tried
I-
far too many times.
We'll talk about it later.
But I don't remember if we ever got the Warren Guard's name.
You didn't.
Yeah. At that point, he'd kind of lean in and go, I don't believe I. Well, from what I was told from the previous chief, only the important ones were given names, and your guard station here, well, it merits worth, do have a name.
Though my position comes with importance, those of us who become Warren Guards eschew our names. My purpose is to guard the eggs, the children. I have no
agree.
need of a name.
Of course. I believe that this place is no longer safe for yours, the eggs, the children.
I
And
agree.
it may have secured us,
That creature
have
knows where we
secured-
live, and it will come back
Exactly.
looking for food.
and I will not allow them to do that, at least not with us. I believe I may have secured a home for now, though we may not be looked on kindly at first. I will act as a mediator, and it will grant you, the eggs, your children, a safe place. Not here. Warmth, shelter.
You
Would
wish
you come with?
to relocate us far from home, in a village built surface dwellers among the people that our clan has been attacking for months. You understand this sounds ludicrous.
It does. But it's a far better choice than certain death. And that creature will return.
That is true.
We have a chance this way.
This nest has not moved generations. It stayed in this chamber for as long as any of my family can remember. Mother and my grandmother, their ancestors, barely ever left this room. For the first time in ages, the Warren will have to move. You can assure, I require this of you, you can assure me that my eggs will see no harm. At the very least, the tribe may be rebuilt. Which direction they go in is all yours. Once they reach maturity, it will be your job as chieftain to teach, mentor, to correct them. You can make them into whatever you wish. But until that day, they are my charges. And only if you can guarantee me that when we change location, I will not have to guard these eggs over much. Only in the most extreme of circumstances. They deserve to be in a home they can grow, not constantly withering attacks. You
I
promise
agree.
me that you will do your duty as chieftain. Secure the clan a new safe home. Then I will follow.
Then I will swear my life to it. Though please, King will suffice. Maybe not. I don't know yet.
King.
I'm getting on that one. But what I can guarantee,
King, so humble in comparison to chieftain. She gives a little sarcastic snort.
I think it rolls off the tongue a little better. But he'll joking aside, you have your charge and I respect it. And frankly, you've done it far better than I did. I will defend your people, our people, with my life.
Well then,
Let's start a new life.
I shall begin the process of moving the eggs out. We'll meet you upstream.
Thank you. And you forsook your name, yes?
Yes.
Strange.
My calling.
I can respect that. I will wait for you upstream as well. We will not leave without you.
I do not wish to swim upstream with eggs in cold water for 3 weeks.
I agree. I will then turn to the others, give a bow, like a friendly little half bow, and then turn back to the others and go, well, new beginnings. Thank you all again for, well, stopping me on whatever the hell that was.
Has that
Hey,
happened before?
No, no, it hasn't.
oh,
We should
I'm
get back. We have much to discuss.
I'm gonna cut in. I think we should save the conversations for later. We have everything here. I don't know about you all, but I'm cold, I'm tired, and I want to go home. We
Yes.
should go. Let's get going. We can have this conversation later. Getting to know each other is apparently a lot more important than I figured it was going to be.
Am I still feverish from all the shit that
Am I still
Yes.
violently ill?
Yes.
Sick.
And I'll turn to Karia again real quick. And you, Karia. Looking at those, and looking at the was it troglodytes? Yeah, troglodytes.
Truggies.
Let me help you when it comes to negotiating them joining the city or the town, village. What do you want to call it?
Hamlet.
Hamlet, a little Hamlet.
Let me talk to everyone and get them in because, judging by what I've seen so far, you're a little too commanding.
Yes,
No.
I suppose you're right.
That is actually one of the things to be discussed. But yes,
Sweet.
Chaiko,
Later.
I stand with you. You go, girl. I'm kidding.
Yas
Girl
Queen.
power.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I would like to cast Jolt on Siren.
No, we
Take
talked
one
about
D3
this. We
take-
talked about this. Chaiko and
take
Siren
1D
have a
take-
girl code.
Take 1d3 electric damage. No, I'm kidding.
No.
No, girl. I'm kidding. Okay, I stopped. I
Actually,
stopped.
even then, I think sylphs are resistant to electric damage. Funny enough.
That's true.
Yes.
Yeah, at the most you get a little giggle out of her, a very valley girl giggle.
I will,
Anyways, let's
Oh,
get
no.
Well, in
going.
that case, in that case, yeah, we should probably get going just in case that big beastie friend of ours said he wants
Come
to make the
back.
town his next meal.
I couldn't agree more. Let's get out of here.
Alternatively, he
head
could
now.
also come back here and start finishing the rest of the place off in case there are any stragglers, but
Mhm.
I doubt it.
Let's avoid
Entire
that.
menu.
Yes.
Let's go. Let's get a wiggle on.
Let's get moving.
Get moving.
So
All right.
you guys carefully
Yeah.
make your way across the bridge one by one, then shift it over, and then begin the arduous, slow process of extracting people out of the. Bit by bit, you do it. You manage to get everybody out. Meanwhile, the Warren Guard goes about carrying some of the heavier eggs herself and tasking some of the children with carrying the smaller ones as they then dip into the water and swim out of the hill. Once
All right.
and these guys are once more on the surface. Eventually, you all congregate outside. The one thing that becomes very, very obvious immediately is... actually, yes. Who wants to give me a perception check?
I can.
Say obvious immediately, but now I'm gonna see if you guys get any details.
I'll assist Hollow in that.
I'll do my own. 'Cause I'm-
That's what you get for doing it by yourself.
Because
Yeah,
it's like
I was about to. I was about to say. I could roll too, but that would depend on like what the perception check is for.
It's for
Just
sight.
say it. I have a
My
higher
eye-
perception than Hollow. Hollow, what the fuck?
Wait,
My
you
eyes
said
No,
are-
I have a
what?
high. I have a
What?
I have a high
Oh,
bonus.
what?
I just rolled more.
Why do I keep getting that 20s of perception?
Oh my god.
Flick's a
Beautiful.
cheater. Flick's a cheater, bro. I knew it.
I'm hacking.
Cabal's
I'm
gonna
hacking the
fucking-
system.
He's
Cabal
counting
is gonna
cards.
fucking blow up tomorrow.
Uh,
Genesis.
So yeah, everything's gonna fucking
Oh my
explode.
God.
It's gonna become a Terminator.
So
God damn it.
Flick, I'm just gonna go off of yours, since you're the one who you hear. Let me just see it. As you hear a whistling noise. And then it's up. So you look up, and high above the hill, circling it in a ring of sorts, almost like a halo far above, is a ring of large, look to be basalt slabs flying very high up. Like they are, you can tell that they're big. In fact, they are massive, but they're high up enough that they look small from this distance. And then there's that noise that's getting louder. As they get bigger and bigger.
Nick will immediately point up and
Vroom!
does anyone else see that?
As everybody looks up, they see the massive ring of stones getting closer and closer, and then there's a wham as the ground shakes, and these huge stone slabs slam into the dirt surrounding the hill, making a neat circle of huge, just these things look like they were peeled right off a mountain. They are covered in sigils that just flash with magic and then go dim. Another thing you notice, once that's settled down and the earth stops shaking and you can hear again, is there's no wind anymore.
Where's the nearest tree?
Both concern and interest.
Could I recognize the School of Magic of those sigils?
You would recognize that they look similar to the stuff that was written on the henge side.
I see.
As for
Okay.
what school they were, unfortunately, the magic in them has petered out.
Okay.
Yes. The destruction of the henge may or may not have had an involvement with the sudden plummet of those rocks.
Mm-hmm.
And so,
Concerning.
yes. I assume, unless you wish to continue inspecting these, that you want to move on?
Let's just go.
Listen, as interesting as this is, I don't want to meet these those
White gods.
yeah, white gods. I'm pretty sure that's them, or at least a part of them, and not right now, not while we're moving.
Yeah, good idea. Let's keep going.
Yeah, I'll wait for the Warren guard and all of the eggs and the survivors to get out, and then I'm leaving.
You get a basically a resounding nod from the whole survivor group and go like, yeah, let's get the hell out of here. As they
Can I find the nearest tree?
nearest tree. Well, the nearest tree would be the one you guys what do you call it? The one you guys stepped out of about 20-ish minutes down the river.
20 minutes, alright.
With a bit of a hike, now with a bit of a tense atmosphere between the survivors and the leftover troglodytes, you eventually make your way to the tree in question. Once you get there, upon approaching, you get close, and then the bark of the tree peels back to make another green portal, as if reacting to your approach.
Oh. I stay near the tree and I go, all right, single file line, everyone.
Should I hold hands as you go through?
Will do.
Okay, with no further input, I assume everybody... Oh, sorry, I had to stretch there.
Yes.
Everybody makes their way through. And you guys pop out the other side in that snowy, icy clearing. The big tree in the center. Eventually, all of you have passed through. Troglodytes, survivors, the party.
We did it!
Yay!
Free.
Huzzah!
Man, that 1 day trip sure felt like 3 weeks.
Sure
Man,
did.
time's wild.
I'd like to imagine that everyone, once they just get out on the other side, everyone just falls down.
Yeah, no, I actually meant to. I was curious. So the dryad was there then, and tree strided us through. Did she say anything to her?
She didn't show
husband?
herself on the other side.
Oh, okay, okay.
The door just kind of
The
opened.
door just opened up. When you guys are on the other side, and all of you have made your way through, the dryad does show herself for a moment. She seems elated, but then she sees the troglodytes. And in particular, the Warren Guard stands there with her brutalized body, carefully eyeing the dryad as she holds her clutch of eggs close to her.
Arya, take your tribe with you. I need to explain the situation.
She actually she sees Roscoe, who, with his kibosh, not kibosh, his kitbash prosthetic, limps his way back over to the tree, and then throws an arm around her as they hug one another. Passionate
Okay.
kiss,
Perhaps we let Roscoe explain it to her.
and then a slap across the face.
Oh, yikes!
Oh, yes.
As she
Yeah.
then takes,
Yep.
she just, it was weak. It obviously didn't feel very much of it, but he feigns hurt. There is obvious hurt on his face, but more emotional at the fact that his love just kind of smacked him across the face. And again, there's this look of intense worry on his face. Clearly, her condition is worrisome to him. As in a whisper, she speaks in Sylvan, and Chaika, who can understand that, hears something to the tune of, "Got a lot of explaining to do." First of all,
You got some splaining
How-
to do.
how dare you get captured like that? Second, how dare you make me worry so much? Third, how dare you leave our daughter on her own? And fourth, what the hell are those things doing? Roscoe does this.
I'm still gonna
Hmm?
you first. I was kind of just kind of stay silent, like, slightly edge my way into the peripheral vision, at least of the dryad, not say a thing. Just kind of waiting there.
There's a stern look out of the corner of her eye as she brings up a finger as if signaling you to wait your turn. Roscoe
Nod.
goes about explaining in Sylvan that they're refugees, just like they were. They came from a tribe that is now extinct, and there is a monster on the loose that will hunt them down, kill the hatchlings and the children, as much as reach over as the Warren Guard over there, and that the Warren Guard herself, is strictly concerned with guarding the eggs. She gets a look of distrust from Dryad, but then resignation as she looks Roscoe in the face and sees that he is dead serious. To which she then turns to you, Chaiko, and says, "You fulfilled your promise. Brought back everybody you could. Stopped the main cause of the attacks, and even now I can feel the dark receding a little. The cold isn't so bad. As we go into spring and summer, I feel at the very least the land will be able to recover a little bit. Have my thanks. You all performed admirably."
Psycho will nod and turns to the group and says, she's thanking us all for what we've done. We brought everyone back. We've done all we could to do what we've done all we could. She feels the ice, the long dark is fading. The cold, the winter is. She feels good. She's feeling like things are looking up.
Well, I do believe you can return to her you can return to her this, that neither rain, nor sleet, nor snow, nor hail of arrows to prevent us from our task completed. And he does a little curtsy.
I'll say to the Dryad. He says, no matter what may block us, it will be done. Nothing shall stop us from achieving our goals. Kind of translation barriers,
Yeah.
Nothing shall forestall my return. I'm sorry. I'm not gonna.
We are the mailman. We deliver death. No, I'm kidding.
And I'd like to say something to Dryad else real quick as well. I know Roscoe explained, but I would also like to pipe in as well, if you don't mind, about troglodytes. She'll pause with the Dryad respond, see if she wants to hear it or not.
She's listening.
I know you're wary of them. I know the town will be wary of them. But at the end of the day, they're just a mother looking out for their kin. They've done nothing. They're just trying to protect what they can. And I know that does not excuse them from what they have done, that their tribe has done. But please let it be known, these ones here this one here points towards the Warren mother. She is just a mother trying to provide for her kin. I know this might not change anything, but I want to let it at least be known.
There's a look of bitterness over the Dryad's face. I can only hope that you're right. And that the next generation will be better than the last. I would not be so trusting. Know full well why.
I am aware too.
I will not begrudge you this. The consequences that you deal with, yours alone.
Of course.
Thank you. I'd like to spend some time with my husband.
All the time in the world. She'll do a whistle towards everyone and go, "All right, let's get moving."
We are
And then
gonna have a lot of explaining to do.
Oh boy.
let me do the most of it, please.
See, I'd love to get moving, but I already feel like I'm teetering close to the edge of keeling over. Could I at least have I don't know, a few moments to
I'll
relax?
quickly move over. I'll move over and essentially put my arm over under his and go, "Can you help?" Or like extend an arm out, like saying, "Can you help supporting?"
Well, I mean, I can walk. It's just, ugh. Really got the crap. Really got the, let's just say, the wind knocked out of me back there.
I apologize for that, Flick. I don't remember much of what happened, but apologies.
All's forgiven. All's forgiven.
As
Good. Show clap. Let's get moving.
the group makes their egress, leaving the husband and wife to spend a few choice moments with each other. As the group finally returns, small town, small hamlet, with new people and old in tow. And that whole shebang, that issue, detailed next session. I will say, to gloss over it a little bit, the introduction does not go smoothly, but through both persistent talking and testimony from Roscoe on your side, as well as the testimony from the from the other survivors, speaking of how the Warren Mother saved their lives, even if inadvertently, do eventually back off. Not all the troglodytes are happy with this set of circumstances, the older ones in particular. But with Karya around, they definitely keep mum. You guys settle in, back now with beds, as first the people go about resting, and then after a couple of days get to work on making some of the houses a bit more habitable. The attacks are promising to stop, and and not all, but some of the people have returned and get to work on rebuilding. And rebuilding they do. With the help of the Dryad, they were able to retrieve some of, or most of the stolen goods, bring it back through. Roscoe and his wife and daughter once more reunited, and something to explore a little bit later. Well, Roscoe's daughter actually learns about the truth of her mother, because up until this point, she had no idea. The entire point of coming up here was to eventually reunite the two, but almost immediately being attacked by troglodytes and constantly being raided made that a little bit difficult to happen, especially when venturing outside the limits of the village could spell doom. Some rebuilding is done. People rest and heal, both physically and mentally. And eventually you guys are back up to, both you and the others are back up to fighting fit shape. There's still some matters to be sorted to. There's social tension within the village now. There are some people who they want to discuss with you all. There's also 2 small issues. 3. 1, reconnecting with Mordon. Assuming you want to. Though Roscoe says he'll handle that bit when that bridge needs crossing. Speaking of bridge, fixed at some point. Although Sergei insists that the runner they sent back to Mordon, or the caravan they sent back to Mordon, should have long been back there, and they should already have people coming to go fix it. Knowing Stanislav, it's going to be quick and it's going to be efficient, but it's still going to take some time. There's the matter of the missing wagons. and there's the matter of the coming attack. You still have that hunting party approaching. They're going to be a couple weeks out.
Huh. That's fair. You know, actually, that lends the question. Could I just mention that to the others? Like, bring up the fact that like, do they know about the hunting party that's on their way?
Well, they knew about the monthly hunting or the bi-weekly hunting party that would be sent out. It would cross through the Dryad, and then attack and then retreat back through her. They knew about that. The people in the village were a little unnerved, although you guys did prepare them and have them set up traps for the coming attack. You guys set up traps and then alerted them and got them whipped up into fighting shape, ready to face the group head on. Then you guys went out, brought back the survivors, and now they're more ready than ever. Morale is at an all-time high.
Good.
Yes.
I might just be able to stop the attack. Just explain that I'm their chief now.
Yes. Sergey insists that those caravans should be hunted down, if for nothing else but the supplies in them. The people, for sure, are dead by this point. There's a coming attack, and yeah. Beyond that, out of session, if you wish to go over the magic items, it's surely rest in all the treasure you guys have procured. I will happily see to that, but out of session. Rather than clog this up with logistics. And
Absolutely.
lastly, you are all level 5.
Yeah, level 4!
Yay!
Oh.
New
there's-
feet.
There is one last thing that I would like to do, if I may.
Absolutely. What is it?
So, once we've taken the time, to get everything situated, explain things, and rest up from this, harrowing expedition, I'd like to pull Karya aside for a moment and say, so that was quite a thing to go through with the whole deep dragon shadow, whatchamacallit, whatever that happened there. I just wanted to say, just to be sure of your intentions, because you had mentioned that you wanted to become king one day. I do hope you realize that that is quite a large responsibility and quite a big dream. I hope you don't intend to continue on this path of just controlling everything and bossing people around and not caring what happens to them because it's their decision and it's their death and it's their problem. A true king, a true leader, will fight alongside his people and his soldiers, and not just use them like pawns to die off.
No,
Very,
no, I'm
st-
kidding.
very stern talking to. Seriously.
It's a
stern
very
talking to.
yeah. This is serious.
Uh,
Just say
I'll
the true
save
king
this
will
for
fight
later.
alongside them.
we're saving it. You're not alone in this, by the way, Siren. Chaiko wants to talk to Kar. I think everyone at this point.
Just the
Yeah.
ladies of the
mentioned-
party are cornering Karya and just telling him
Yes.
off.
But Siren in
No.
particular, then at the end of this discussion, gets in real close with her staff and eyes Karya right in the eye and says, I don't care how stronger or taller or more scarier you are than me. If you tend to become a tyrant, I will put you to sleep for good. That is all.
Damn.
Good morning. And she hops off.
Good morning. Did you say
But
good morning?
before we
Yeah.
end off, I have one question.
Mhm.
Can I summon my familiar again?
Something we can handle out of session.
Yeah, let's handle that out of session. Let's wrap for now because
Because I just wanted
nothing
because I wanted to see something. Because if I were able to summon my familiar, I would want to see what is the first thing they say. Because at level 5, I can finally understand them. I can actually.
I will say that with a little bit of time and a trip to the seaside, that's going to be one of the requirements because of Ocean Patron.
Mhm.
We're able. I'm going to waive the monetary investment because it makes very little sense, honestly.
Hey,
Ring.
patron from a
Spe-
culture that doesn't care about money. Here you go.
Going. It's supposed to be material, like things like incense and such that make the ritual work. But a trip to the seaside and spending a couple days there on your own, you're eventually able to conduct the ritual. And as Paka and Lolo form out of the sea foam, the mirror sea, the tranquil, still waters of the ocean, because there are no tides. See, as such as that's why it's got its name. It's completely still. And from the reflective water rises sea foam that then solidifies into Paka and Lolo. They walk up to you, trotting, really, then bite you on the shin and say, "We don't have fucking thumbs, you idiot."
Oh dear Lord. Oh dear. Oh dear mother, you can talk now.
Yeah, and we got a lot to say to you, dumbass. Yeah, dumbass.
Oh, no.
I
no.
love him.
Oh god, one sounds like Cartman.
Yeah,
I
Rosie.
respect my authority. And with that, that is session. Thank you all very much. Enjoy your level up.
Sure.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Is
Actually,
Kari level
Thank
4?
you.
Quest, I'm having yeah, I am level 4. Quest, I'm actually having an issue. I can't level myself up.
Yeah?
No, my sheet allows me to edit absolutely everything, but I can't edit my class or my level.
Configuration.
I think
Oh, there we go. Yep, thank you. I
Okay, I have
completely
to-
forgot.
I have to log back into fucking.
I got it.
20.
I know I got him. He's good.
Yeah, I fixed it. Thank you.
Oh, Rami, did we ever figure
Okay,
out
so
what
then
we're
so then rolling HP is it's 1d10 plus con, yeah.
Yes.
Yep. And I got 9. Very nice. 9.
Oh.
I also got 9.
I forgot to add my con mod. 9 plus 6. All right. 15.
Okay, so that ain't bad.
49.
Sorcerer, Elemental Bloodline.
I'm sorry.
Oh,
yeah.
shit.
So, Flay, what were you saying?
I was gonna say, so when it comes to spells, do I just completely have all my spells gone now? And
No, I'll say
Okay.
you retain your spells.
oh, okay.
It's effectively
Um,
like Wiggle. Paka and Lolo retain their memories,
Okay.
more or less.
I rolled that 1 for HP. That's fun. So that's
You can,
3
if you wish,
plus-
take the average instead.
Yeah, which
Yeah,
is a
we can take-
4.
yeah.
Which is a 4
4?
billion.
Yeah. So the way
Oh,
that average works
I'm
is
taking
it's
the
the middle.
average.
It's the middle die plus 1.
I hate that.
Oh my
Alright.
god, guys.
Yeah, I'm just gonna take the average.
Damn.
So
Am I?
4
I'm a
plus-
witch. This
Anyway.
is about what I.
All right.
Celeste has come back at the last moment to give us a self-care. Thank you very much, Celeste.
Thank you, Celeste.
Thank you.
The party has
Thank you,
endured a
Celeste.
harrowing ordeal, come out alive, stronger for it, and now with more allies. It will be
Mhm.
interesting for me.
Hey,
Uh,
Julian, me and you have 3rd level spells now.
We do?
Yeah.
Oh wait, do I get those too?
Or at least I
I
do.
mean, you're a
Get
full
into
caster,
that.
yes. Well, we'll get into that afterwards.
Okay.
Signing off. Thank you all very much. Those who came, those who stayed, those who didn't. We love you all very much, and take care of each other.
Oh my god. Goodbye.
Bye bye.
Actually,
Bye.
Myself, I haven't upgraded
Bye-bye.
since